Sally.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Always live on the free Odyssey app. An Odyssey station.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Woo! Glad to have you guys on board on a Sunday morning, an absolutely gorgeous Sunday morning, the last day of August, as we have our first weekend, boys, of college football in the... It's not even in the books yet. It's not even in the books yet. Nope. Why? Because we have we got, a half dozen games today. We've got TCU, North Carolina tomorrow night. Mm-hmm. And the reason why that's even... why we're even paying attention to that at all is because
Belichick's girlfriend.
You got your boy Belichick. You got his girlfriend in the mix. Who I'll tell you what, I love the fact that Belichick is definitely in like his villain phase at this stage of his career. Did you see what they named their LLC?
Gold digger.
Gold digger.
I ain't saying she's a gold digger.
No,
I mean, she ain't messing with the broke
No,
coach.
his villain phase.
Who? Belichick? Absolutely. This is absolutely his villain phase.
Okay, all right.
Because before, I feel like we already kind of. He's leaned into it now. Is what I'm referring.
Okay,
is what I'm getting
that
into.
Makes sense.
Because before he was kind of the coy. Like, see, I'm going to go back to when he was at Newton. When he was in New England, he was in his wizard phase.
The
right?
hoodie wizard.
Okay, behind the curtain, didn't really know what he was doing. Deflate gate, spy gate, everything else gate. But now he just doesn't care.
I'm your father.
He is. I'm telling
Darth
you.
Vader.
Got his 25-year-old girlfriend. I thought
calling him dead.
I thought Ocho Cinco, who was on with Sean, RJ, and Bobby earlier this week. Great interview, by the way. Check it out on Odyssey if you haven't checked it out yet already. But he made a great point. He said, "Look, there's something to be said for dating younger women. right? Gives you energy, gives you a little vitality. And again, when you're going to be, and look, I mean, you're laughing. I don't know what you're laughing about, but think about it, man. He's in college. He has to have a little extra pep in his step.
I don't disagree.
Dealing with these youngsters.
I'm smirking. It's not a laugh. I'm smirking.
Oh, you're laughing. You're laughing back there.
Listen, because I'm not in that era.
No,
I'm
you're
not in that era, you know. We know the problems that I have. It's jealousy.
With the exception of Chris Arnold, who's happily married and has been for a number of years now, we're all trying to get that era in some form or fashion. I'm Fred Davis. That's the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold to my right. We've got our boy Trevor Beck behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. How's your weekend been so far, Trev?
College football. I used to get real excited about college football, and then I was watching it yesterday, and it just, at least at being a Texas fan, it was a little rough. So,
okay, I'm glad you're here.
Me or Trevor?
Blake and I were on yesterday. We were on during the UT game.
Listened.
Okay, because nobody told us quite like Chris Arnold.
I was driving around.
Your thoughts on Arch Manning, and please tell me the sky is not falling in Longhorn land.
Well, everybody knows I'm not a Longhorn fan.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why you're objective in this.
Right. I always tell my friends who went to UT or the ones that love UT, I don't hate them where I want them to have failure, because I want them to be good. When we beat you, it means something.
Absolutely.
That's my angle.
Something to be said for that.
Yes. I don't want them to suck. I want them to be good so that when we beat them, everybody's like, they beat Texas.
Exactly. It's one thing to beat them when they got Sark versus when they got Charlie Strong.
Thank you. So what I thought about yesterday's game, by the way, I heard you predict it's going to end 14-0. I heard Blake say he hoped it ended 17-14 UT. And then guess what? It could have gone at first. It could have gone either way. It came down to 14-0, and then all of a sudden, Arch makes that pass.
Arch started arching.
Yeah, he started arching. I felt like Sark held him back. I just did.
Well, he said that in the postgame.
He did?
He said that in the postgame. So it's a great call by you. No, so we had Corey Mose on from KVUE, friend of the show, friend of the program, absolutely stud in this business. Keep your eyes on Corey Mose if you haven't already. But he joined us because he was at the press conference, obviously. And one of the things Sark said was that he wished he'd had run him earlier in the game to get him going.
Yes.
Because, and look, you and I, well, okay, you were at the Wings game. One of the things I asked Joe Milton about on the last game was, do you think running early in the game got you kind of going a little bit? I'm a huge believer when you've got a mobile quarterback.
You play to strength.
Let them run first. And Urban Meyer said something the other day. He was on one of his 10 different podcasts that he's on, all right? And he said that Alex Smith used to tell him, Alex and Tim Tebow used to tell him early on, call a designed run play so I can get hit. So I can get that out of my system.
There you go.
And then we can start playing some football.
Right.
And look, I think we've already established whether you're a casual football fan or whether you're a ball knower, Arch Manning is not Eli and Peyton.
No.
He can run the rock.
Yeah, they can't. He can.
He's a legit dual threat quarterback in today's college football or today's football.
Yes.
So Sark alluded to probably should have ran him a little more to get the butterflies out and to get him to calm down a little bit. So to your point, that's exactly what Sark said, that he held him back and probably could have called a little bit different plays. And you saw that. Now, at the same time, did he miss some elementary throws yesterday? Absolutely he did. But he also dropped some dimes. And I think for a guy that we tend to forget, you went into Ohio State, defending champion. Oh, by the way, Matt Patricia's been here, done that.
Right. With his pen behind his ear.
With the pencil behind his head or whatever. Pencil. Look, do I want him coaching my football team? Probably not.
Offensive coordinator.
Do I want him calling my offense? Probably not. But can homeboy draw up a defense to slow down a essentially a freshman quarterback? Because that's what Arch Manning is.
Yeah.
Okay.
He had a couple of starts.
This ain't Louisiana Monroe.
Right. He's behind you. So he's learning, and there's no hurry for him to just jump up and leave and go to the NFL. At the same time, like you said, you're painting the picture of why Sark was probably conservative. They're in a hostile environment.
Boy, they were
defending
too.
national champions. You already lost to them in the playoff, so it's like there's intel on both sides.
They got your number.
Right. And so let's just don't let the crowd get into it. And plus, I'm not saying that Arch had pressure on him. He's a Manning. But at the same time, the expectation level for fans and all these pundits.
Heisman front runner.
Right.
Hadn't had a snap.
So it's like, okay, let's not have him go out there, try to sling this thing, and all of a sudden, know what he's doing. So I think Sark did that to kind of protect him, but it was unnecessary.
It kind of backfired on him, and it took them. Now, we said it yesterday or a couple days ago. I think it was on Friday night when me and Blake were on. I was like, look, I think it's going to be an ugly first half. All right. You've got two freshman first-year starter and quarterbacks. All right. You've got two great defenses. So, it was going to take some time, and you saw that. And then, of course, boom, fourth quarter hits. All of a sudden, he's dropping some dimes.
Right.
At the same time, though, missed two just easy throws underneath.
Also, remember, he had a new offensive line he's dealing with, too. So it's not like, okay, you got this offensive line that's been there at UT for 2 or 3 years, and they blocked for yours. No. This is almost all new guys. And at the same time, I also don't think that this loss is going to mess them up.
No,
let me explain why. Let me explain why for those who they start the season with a loss. It's the end of the world. They got that SEC schedule. Listen, it's real simple. They expanded the college football playoff. It'd be different if it was
100%.
4 teams.
100%.
If you have 4 teams, every loss matters. Or no losses matter. Or how close the game is matters. You got 12 teams, 16 teams. You have to worry about that.
See,
you have to be really good and maybe be hot in December.
Look.
Or late November.
You hit the nail on the head, Chris, because the one thing that the detractors said, now that you bring in this expanded college football playoff, it doesn't mean that every game has that same sense of urgency to it.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I guess you could argue that on one side, but on the flip side of it, did you get LSU Clemson week 1? Do you get Ohio State, Texas week 1?
Thank you.
We've got who do we have today coming up? The 6 versus 10 matchup.
Notre Dame and Miami.
You got Notre Dame, Miami coming up, right? And so now
you got the matchups as opposed to the mismatches.
You get these games because look,
and you can kind of tell who's good.
Well, absolutely, and plus, and the one thing we kept hearing all day yesterday after that game was, do we really think if Ohio State and Texas meet up again in the college football playoff, which is not far fetched to think. Now, I will say this: after watching LSU last night, okay, a couple things. One, Alabama might be in trouble, but again, it's only week 1, and it's one of the proverbial. And this is what makes college football great because you're resting your, what am I trying to say here? You're resting your prognostication on 18 to 22-year-old kids.
Yeah, the X factor.
So
emotional.
How's
kids.
that? And you've got kids. I've got kids. You were 18 to 22-year-old ones. I still worry about you at 35 years old. That's a tall task.
It is.
Okay, that's a tall task. So that said, you've got a Florida State team. It's probably a lot better than people think. All right, but the old adage is, well, is Florida State that good, or is Alabama that much in disarray? All right, and how much? And again, anybody that was on social media yesterday, how many memes did we see? Nick Saban, 226-4 in his time at Alabama against unranked teams, and our boy DeBoer has already lost 4 games in 2 years against unranked teams.
I consider DeBoer a bridge coach, and the reason I say that, he might have the accolades out west, but they don't know him in the SEC.
They don't
therefore,
know him in
I'm
the
like,
SEC.
to me, it's kind of like Charlie Strong coming to Texas. Like, wait a minute, Charlie Strong was great in Florida, but this is Texas.
This is Texas. This is a different world here.
Different world.
Now,
Alabama's a different world, different expectation level.
And the thing about Alabama too is they don't have the war chest. Totally, that
correct
Texas has, because a lot of people say,
Texas got the number 1 war chest.
Hey, look, they're printing money over in Austin, right? That said, when it comes to Alabama, I know a lot of the Texan tweets and stuff that came out yesterday was, he's going to get fired. Which again, it's week 1, of course. That you're going to have that aspect of it.
He's going to get fired unless he wins a national championship.
Look, I'm going to tell you right now,
you
though,
think Ryan Day had some pressure?
Yeah, but think about this. Though.
Alabama's insatiable.
See, Alabama doesn't have that oil money though.
No,
I'm sure they got a couple donors. Let's not get it twisted. But see, they don't have that A&M. Let's go fire Jimbo and burn $70 million oil money. Okay,
and his staff.
He's got a $70 million buyout. Okay, Kalen DeBoer ain't going anywhere.
Nope.
All right, he's and I think too, you have to let him figure out, okay, Duncanville's own Keelan Russell's over there at quarterback, okay? And our boy Ty Stevens yesterday didn't light the world on fire.
Right.
Okay? Now, maybe, and of course, the hallmark of a good Alabama team was the defense, the trenches.
Right.
And Castellanos and that Florida State team did pretty much whatever they wanted to yesterday. So there's still, if we're going to give Texas the benefit of the doubt after week 1,
You got to give Alabama.
let's give our boy Kalen. Okay, you didn't take Washington to the national championship by accident. All right, homeboy's won at every level he's been at, whether it's been JUCO, Division II, Division
They're
III,
gonna have
Washington.
to be patient.
You are following Nick Saban, who his level of excellence is on a different. I mean,
well, that's why I was saying he's a
got
bridge.
a statue, man.
That's why, like I said, he's a bridge quarterback. Because in my mind, there are probably other coaches who might be very talented. They don't want to follow.
I didn't want to be part of that.
And here's the boy saying, I can do this. But at the same time, he's got to get a national championship because that's what Alabama's expectation. But you brought in the X factor, and it allows me to circle back to Oklahoma.
Yes, sir.
Everybody knows Oklahoma.
Damn, looked too bad yesterday.
Yeah. OU's coach, Brent Venable. He's family to OU people. That's why he's got a longer leash. Here's the deal. He was there with Bob Stoops. So he's family. It's not like they got in somebody that they don't even know.
Been there, done that.
But he's the coach with the hottest hot seat. And this is the X factor that people don't know about. And you just brought it up. Brent Venables, it came out that he took $1 million pay cut for this season alone. And everybody's like, oh, he's trying to save his job. No, he's trying to help get the NIL money thing. That's what he was doing. He's not the only coach that's done this. For everybody's forgetting it, he's got a buyout too. It's $34.1 million. That means he ain't running up.
He ain't going anywhere.
It ain't. Oklahoma's got some money, but they ain't got Texas money.
They ain't got Texas
Nobody
money.
got Texas.
That's a different world, man.
It's a whole different world down here.
When it changes the way, people see what Texas A&M does with when they let Jimbo go and said, all right, boom, we'll cut a $70 million check and let you do your thing, okay?
And hire a new coach and give him
hire
another
a new
$100
coach and give him cash money.
That night, they had a donation of $140 million.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, Texas is playing in just a different financial world.
Yes.
You know, and so don't extrapolate what's going on in Texas to the rest of college football. All right, and we're seeing that with the NIL, and we're also seeing it too where it does change the playing field, right? Pun intended. As far as you saw yesterday. Look, LSU went out, hit the transfer portal. All right, we gotta have a defense. All right, we can do some things offensively, but we gotta have a defense. And boom, they did that last night.
We got Nussmeier. We need defense.
And I'll tell you what, and we'll talk a little bit about that later on the show as well. But Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
Tell you what, kick him while he's down. Go ahead and look. Would I send him a Christmas card? Probably not. All right. Has LSU Nation embraced him? Probably not, and for good reason. But I'll tell you what, he went out there yesterday, showed why he's one of the better coaches in college football. Say what you want about him as a person. That's one thing, and he might be a scummy human being. But when it comes to college football, I'll tell you what, he showed yesterday in Clemson. And maybe Clemson's not as good as we thought. I don't know. But again, at the same time,
First
too,
game.
It's also week 1. So let's do.
By the way,
we have to use that caveat.
I did pick the Tigers to win.
Oh, well, that was very. I was going to say it was very open-minded of you to pick a Tiger.
That's a joke.
I love it. Look, we got a huge
Tiger
show
on
today.
Tiger crime.
That was Tiger on Tiger crime last night. But I'll tell you what, it was a damn good football game.
It was.
It was a damn good football, and that was the thing last night, or just yesterday as a whole. I mean, yes. Did you have your Florida versus Long Island University? Okay. I mean, what are we talking about here? But see, that's the difference between when you didn't have an expanded playoff versus when you did. Now that you do,
that's it.
Okay, you had nothing but Long Island University versus Kansas versus Wagner's. All right, I'm gonna throw my team in there real quick, but you're gonna have the lopsided matchups. Whereas now you get some really good matchups. You get we have, by the coaches poll anyway, 3 top 10 matchups in week 1 of college football.
And that's what you want.
And that's exactly
and by the way, on those matchups, one last note, for those who don't know, SEC has always had that weekend in November where they're playing these directional schools. And they're like, what the hell? In the middle of November, you're playing when things are on. They are now going to change it, or it's on the table to change it to where they play even more SEC teams.
Yeah.
Because SEC's got larger with OU and UT in there now. So they're like going to, because there's so many SEC teams, they could never play all of them in the same season.
Right.
So now that, okay, we're going to replace some of these directional schools in November with more SEC games.
And it makes sense.
It makes sense.
And
Cha-ching.
I was just going to
TV
say,
money, come
dollar
on.
bill, y'all. You guys know how that goes. All right, we've got a huge show today. We're going to talk some more college football later on in the program. We'll take a trip around the DFW. How did the DFW do and how the state of Texas did in all things college football this weekend? Like I said, we've got some more football today, as well as TCU getting into their season tomorrow as well. We've got a lively Chris Arnold today with not one but two different things we're going to talk about when it comes to these Dallas Cowboys. Your Texas Rangers continue to win baseball games. All right.
Yes.
What if I told you they're only 2.5 games out of the wild card spot?
What?
That's exactly right. You've lost Evo. You've lost Corey Seager.
DeGrom.
You've lost Marcus Simeon. Okay. Yet this team continues to find ways to win baseball games. Is it too little too late? Are you guys still into it? We'll discuss that later on the program as well. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We'll have the Cowboys guest later on in the program as well. We're efforting to, because you guys have open locker room today on a Sunday afternoon.
Yep.
That kind of now, they normally do that, or is that just because you got a Thursday game?
Thursday game. Today is kind of like a Wednesday.
That's exactly what it is. So we'll get to that later on in the show as well. But let's take a look at what this defense is going to look like. Plus, later on the show, and later on this hour anyway, CA is going to break down why this team is built wrong and how Jerry lost the negotiation. But let's take an immediate look at what this defense is going to look like, plus more college football discussion. He's Chris. I'm Fred. Trevor behind the glass. Don't go anywhere. It's The Fan on a Sunday.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
The long weekend sale is on at Target with exciting deals you won't want to miss. Stock up on grilling must-haves for a few more sunny barbecues. And while you're at it, ease into sweater weather with fresh new fits for the fam. Whether you're hosting, relaxing, or showing off your new style, Target has your deal in-store, online, and in the Target app. Hurry and save more with the long weekend sale happening now through Monday. Only at Target.
It's time for Who's the Best in Windows? Who can install 10 double-pane single-hung windows for just $59.50? Who offers a lifetime warranty on their installs? Who can get you 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit? And for the bonus round, who donates to Dallas Animal Services with every sale? You heard it here, folks. Who should you call for a free estimate on energy-saving windows today?
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment.
It's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
in the morning sometimes. Obviously not now because of the nighttime radio, but you would get up at 5:30 in the morning, go to the gym, and you're walking in with a lather.
Yeah.
Why? Because it's sticky and hot as soon as you walk out. One thing I have thoroughly enjoyed about living in the DFW, shout out to my people in Louisville, it's nice. Like, there's a breeze. I mean, I can walk outside and not feel the ick, as some folks like to call it, early in the morning.
Yeah, it's not Arizona and dry heat, but at least it's not Houston straight up way humid, where it's like throwing the humidity and heat index is 115.
You get like 2 months in Texas, like 1 month in the spring, where it's like, wow, this is nice. Like, it's the changing of the guard.
April.
And then you get like 1 month in the fall where it's like, oh, shoot, it's not 100 degrees anymore.
Late
like,
October.
So that's about it.
And Blake and I said this the other day, you need this extreme weather from time to time here in Dallas and the state of Texas. I'm going to tell you why. Not necessarily the storms or I'm just talking about the heat and what have you. And it's for this reason. Because if the weather was like this all the time, there'd be 15 million people in this state or in this town. Okay? If we had San Diego weather,
oh my goodness,
we'd have a gazillion people here. Woo. All right? Easy. So the weather does weed out some of the casuals.
Who can't
handle it. If you can't take the heat, the hell out of Texas.
And that's true, because I do think it's because I've had some conversations with like some close friends of mine. Like, man, I don't know if I want to live here anymore. And I'm like, Really? Like it's that big of a deal to some? I mean, if it's big a deal to you with the heat, if you hate it, good
Tell
for
him,
you.
get to stepping.
I go.
Get to
Go
stepping.
move to Colorado. Go to Utah. That's fine with me. I don't.
That
care.
does seem to be a popular place.
We got a 972 Tolo saying Texas summer ain't over till Halloween.
I'm not mad at you for that.
I'm
and I
not
think
mad at that
that's a
either.
hot take. Now, just real quick, because we know that our guy, Mr. Chris Arnold, was at one time a burgeoning meteorologist.
Yes, took that in college.
Based off of my weather app, and just take it for what it's worth, ladies and gentlemen. 2 days in the 90s over the next 2 weeks.
I'll take that.
So you got to.
I don't believe it, but I'll take it.
95 on Friday. And then it's supposed to be in the 80s, now the upper 80s all week. And then after that, we're talking about next Monday, 82 for a high. 82 for a high. So I'm going to lean towards 95 on Friday, which, by the way, I won't be in Dallas that day. I'll be in Kansas, so enjoy the heat.
Watching your son play little
Watching my
Friday Night
boy.
Lights.
Watching the boy. Get after
Friday Night
it.
Lights.
Absolutely. I told him straight up. And look, there may be... Your boy may get into fisticuffs with some girlfriend's parents. Just saying. I'm kidding. Or am I?
Those that know, they know.
Or am I? I guess we'll have to wait. TBD. I won't. I wouldn't embarrass my kid like that. But there may be some stern talking to-ins going on.
Some world star going
There
on?
may be. No, I wouldn't do that. But
Okay,
but there might be some stern talking to-ins going on. All right. I've already told his mother, I'm standing by myself. Don't play with me on Friday. Okay? Don't play with me on Friday. And I already told my son we're going out to eat afterwards. Let everybody know because there will be furniture moving if somebody gets in my face. I'm just telling y'all that right now. My son's last year of high school. I ain't playing this game this year.
I think that's all right. I have no problem with it. Go be dad.
No, because we've had this issue
Go be
before,
dad.
and all my single dads out there, you know where I'm going with this. All right, you've had these issues before. All right, and now I got girlfriend parents in the mix, okay, and it's me against the world type stuff. All right, they don't want to acknowledge your boy. All right, and it's like, look, you love my son, but you don't want to ask about his dad. I'm sorry that she's got issues with her kids, baby daddies. All right, I'm not the one. I'm not the one, Chris Arnold.
Now, let me ask this.
I am not the one.
And this is just coming from, again, I'm not a father.
An impartial observer.
Exactly. I'm objective here. I'm objective here.
Sort of. You do know me.
What if your child says, hey, can girlfriend's parents come and us all go eat together? At one point or another during this season, if that happens,
after the game.
how's father feeling?
I'm glad you asked me.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just gonna push.
I appreciate that devil's advocacy right there.
We all want to go to Olive Garden. Dad, are you going to go?
Can we go to? Well, they don't have Whataburger up there. I was about to say, let's go to Whataburger.
Yeah, they don't have a Whataburger.
That was the place.
That's in Kansas City. You know what? I'd say yes.
All right.
I'd say yes.
Well, that's good.
Let's make it
good to
awkward.
know now. Should I mark that and be like, hey, Fred, remember we said.
Let's make it awkward for everybody.
Yeah, you got a mean mug the whole night.
Let's make it awkward for
There,
everybody.
you're-
Because here's the thing, real quick, we'll move on. When I had, and I think, were you the producer that day when Zave was in studio?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's his son, Zay.
I had a couple days of it, yeah.
All right. So I had made a comment that day during that show about his girlfriend and that I had mocked his girlfriend. And what I was saying was I haven't made fun of his girlfriend, but the situation at large. But I just said that they were listening that day. They were listening to that show.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yes, and decided to hear what they wanted to hear.
And I said, look, great, good.
I mean,
You've never asked my son what your dad does at all, so you get to hear it firsthand.
Mm-hmm.
You got something to say? You know where to find me on Facebook. Fred Davis, holler.
Text it. What? 877
Text in the program, 877-881-1053. Frankel, injury attorney text line. You know what time it is.
Fred said those two words. Bring it.
Look, you know, hey, you know, and Chris, you know this. You just don't mess with another man's child. You just don't do it.
F around and find
You
out.
just don't do it. And I appreciate him. God bless him. But like I said, don't make my kid feel awkward about his loving his dad. Period. That's all I got to say. All right. Do we feel awkward about the Cowboys trading Micah Parsons? And let me ask you this, because I haven't had a chance to sit down and talk with you about this, and we'll start this off, and then of course we'll take it in the next segment as well. But now that we've had a few days to kind of sit, stew, marinate on it, and look, now it's over. But, of course, we're all going to keep one eye on the Green Bay Packers. And, of course, Week 4, worlds will collide here at AT&T Stadium. And, of course, the beautiful part is we'll be there. We'll get to see the whole thing up close and personal. But, look, we keep hearing the whole, Herschel Walker, this, that. Guess what? This gentleman here was here for the Herschel Walker trade. So who better to discuss the nuances, the similarities, the differences between those two trades? I don't think there's anything similar between the two trades at all.
Not at all.
All right. I think it's more, and again, you guys know I'm a Chiefs fan, but I think it feels more Tyreek Hill trade-ish to me, as far as just the similarities, at least from a current NFL perspective. But your thoughts on just kind of, A, the way it went down, and B, having covered this team for the last 35, 40 years, how this whole thing played out.
First of all, since I've been covering the Cowboys since 1980,
yes, sir,
I've seen it all. This isn't even close to a Herschel Walker trade, and this is not even close to any other kind of trade that's like that. The number one thing I'm grinning about is that everybody keeps twisting it. The Cowboys didn't trade him to the Packers. Right. The Packers traded for Micah Parsons.
Okay.
Let me explain. If you just look at the timeline and just know, the Cowboys had no plan B. They didn't trade. For those who were saying, well, how could you trade him to the team that stops you in the playoffs and they're an arch rival with the Eagles right now, and how could you just give him? Just know this. If they had a plan B, he would be in the AFC.
Right.
If they had a plan B, he'd be at Carolina at the most. Right. They'd get more of a return if they had a plan. Jerry had no intentions of trading Micah Parsons.
Right.
David Mulligetta won the negotiation. Jerry is the one who blinked. That's why it doesn't make sense for those who say, well, and whatever Jerry was saying at the press conference, those are Stephen Jones' talking points. That's exactly what Jerry was repeating when Stephen Jones told him, we're not getting Derrick Henry. Jerry wanted to trade for Derrick Henry. Stephen said, no, these are the reasons why. So whatever Jerry was saying at that press conference that night, and by the way, I'm that fan phenom with G-Bag Nation. I'm listening to all of this.
Yeah. And
I'm just shaking my head going, Mulligetta won the deal.
Yeah.
And guess why? It also shows you that Mulligetta won the deal. The breaking news came from Adam Schefter, right? Breaking news. He's one of those insiders that the teams or whoever leaked to, and that's how you know it's official. Schefter didn't say the Cowboys have traded Micah Parsons. That's what everybody's repeating for the last 4 or 5 days. He said the Green Bay Packers have traded for Micah Parsons, and this is the terms of the deal. $180 million. He had all the details, courtesy of David Mulligetta. Yeah. By the way, for those who are talking about Green Bay never really does deals like this, they don't. But guess who's running the Green Bay Packers now? The new GM is a guy named Policy. His dad's name is Carmen Policy. Old Cowboy fans know who Carmen Policy is. He used to run the 49ers, and Jerry fleeced him of Charles Haley and Deion Sanders. So if David Mulligetta talks to the Packers and say, okay, here's the parameters of the deal, because, again, when you trade a superstar, whether it's a quarterback, a wide receiver, or you've got to have the deal set up with the new team because they won't go.
Right.
So the agents always guide these things. They had the deal set up earlier in the day. This is how you know. Look at Micah Parsons' immediate statement. It was done. Look at Micah Parsons' reaction, dancing around his house at the Star. He wasn't in shock.
He had a video ready to go. He had a goodbye video.
This is what I'm trying to say. The Cowboys had no plan B. That's why it took them 2 more hours to even have a press conference, because they had to get the talking points together. Because Jerry has said all along, I got 3 years on this. Don't lose any sleep over it. He had no idea that, guess what? Micah Parsons isn't playing for you anymore. In fact, he could have a bad back for 3 games in a row, like Jalen Ramsey, another David Mulligetta client, did with Jacksonville, and David Mulligetta put the deal together. He's going to the Rams. And guess what? Goes to the Rams, wins the Super Bowl.
Wins the Super Bowl.
I'm just saying, Micah doesn't go to Green Bay if it's already not planned out. And you can say, well, wait a minute. An agent has to have permission to get. Listen, an owner, GM, has to have permission, NFLPA, if a client, if a player has an agent, he has to talk to the agent. And Jerry act like that didn't exist either, did he? So, I can play your game too.
All right. hold that thought because we come back. I got a couple questions for you as far as the timeline of the trade and was there because theoretically he could have sat on it, right? I mean, because Jerry could have said, "No, we're not going to make a trade," right?
Yeah,
we could have made it ugly.
Michael Parsons still would not have played again for the Cowboys.
And I'm glad you said that. So sit on that for a second because we want to dive into that a little bit more. Your thoughts as well. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We might play a couple cuts from what Jerry had to say from that Thursday night. A couple things he said that I want to run by CA as well and see if he's just bluffing us or is he just saying it to get the fan base excited. Because if we know one thing about the gambler, he's not opposed to a little hyperbole. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. It's the Fan on a Sunday.
DFW Restaurant Week is here. Unforgettable menus, the best dining experience ever, and it all benefits Lena Pope and North Texas Food Bank. Visit DFWRestaurantWeek.com to view menus and secure your table. That's DFWRestaurantWeek.com. Book your table today.
Cowboys, Eagles. The regular season begins Thursday night. Pre-game at 4, kickoff at 7:20 on 105.3 The Fan. Brought to you by Specs, official partner of the Dallas Cowboys. The fun starts here.
At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, we understand it's not just our next-door neighbors who inspire us every day. It's our neighbors across the country, across all communities. And while Blue Cross has been your one local and trusted healthcare partner for over 95 years, it's our wide scope of products, services, and technologies that allows us to have a deeper understanding for everyone, everywhere. Elevating the highest levels of preventive care and overall wellness, one member at a time. It's that unique Blue Cross service and commitment through all stages of life that connects us hand in hand, ensuring you always have access to quality, affordable health care with that personal touch, always finding new ways to deliver on our oldest promise, to keep you at the center of everything we do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Grown-ups, don't go back to school. Go forward through school into your future as an IT professional. Whether you're starting out, switching careers, or a veteran ready for change, My Computer Career can help you get into IT in just a few short months with no prior experience. So take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Your rewarding career in IT awaits. That's mycomputercareer.edu. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the VA benefits.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Here we go! Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible!
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown!
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Downpour.
It is, this is fall-ish like weather. Beautiful morning.
Enjoy it.
Whether you're going to church.
Yeah.
Whether you're rolling out of your side piece's house and you're a little groggy, wiping the sleep out of your eye. Whether you're telling her to leave. Whatever you got going on.
Gig economy working?
Gig economy, making deliveries this morning.
We got you, man.
You got your kids. It's your kids' weekend, all right? You and the kiddos are hanging out, went on a donut run, or maybe you're just practicing a little gratitude. Maybe you're meditating this morning. You're out on your porch, having your coffee, maybe your tea, whatever it is you're into. Thanking whatever it is you think for another day on the right side of the dirt.
Exactly.
That's a 3-time Hall of Famer, Mr. Chris Arnold.
Gotcha.
I'm Fred Davis. We got our boy Trevor Beck behind the glass on the 1, 2s, and 3s. And for all the Twitter haters out there yesterday, the fan template on Thursday. Blah, 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 blah. Morons. All of you. And you know what station you listen to. Nobody was more live and local on Thursday than the fan. So let's get that straight. Get your facts straight, people. Okay. We played the Jerry presser on Thursday, and, of course, we took phone calls and the whole nine. And, of course, now we got our boy CA here who, again, has covered this Dallas Cowboy team for 40-plus years. Nobody's better plugged in to talk about what the parameters, kind of the backstory and everything else as to how this thing unfolded, and we can all kind of put to bed. Yes, it makes for a great talking point, and, yes, it's, I understand the Herschel Walker trade spurred this team to greatness. So, of course, we'd love to have it be the same scenario. Well, it's different time, different era, and different scenario. Jerry, when asked how this thing happened so fast, this was his response. It's coming. It's coming. I promise. See, I didn't tee my boy up. I should have.
We're not, I'm not going to get into time frames at all. But we didn't have a deal until this afternoon. I'll tell you, I can say that much. The rest of it, it'd be hard to not characterize the dialogue to pick this call, this time, this time. We talked to Green Bay more than once, more than twice, several times. And that's been, frankly, over the last several days. But it came to a head as far as acting on it. Remember, there were three entities. First of all, Micah had to have a contract with them that was satisfactory. They had to agree to the contract, and then we had to agree to the trade. And so it'd be real inaccurate to just on our part say what our time frame was without knowing theirs. But I will say that certainly it was probably still up in the air this morning when they went to practice. Kenny practiced out there with them today, and so you might say that it was technically up in the air this morning. Make no mistake about it, what wasn't up in the air was our consideration as a complete organization that if we could get this done with our terms, we would make the trade. And that was a complete unanimity in the decision making.
He actually is telling the truth if you know what I just said the last segment.
No, I mean, you pretty much laid it out.
Think about this. All you have to do is look at the timeline. The agent, David Mulligata, got with Green Bay, worked out the deal with Micah. Jerry even said it in that same order.
Sure did.
Then the Cowboys had to agree to the trade.
Yeah.
See, like I said, everybody keeps saying the Cowboys traded him to Green Bay. No. Mulligata delivered him to Green Bay. Green Bay traded for Micah Parsons.
Right. They had to lay everything out
Jerry
first.
had no plans of trading Micah Parsons. But once that was that afternoon, after Kenny Clark had already practiced, whatever, the Cowboys on the phone trying to get some other team to beat that offer. They couldn't because guess what? They had no intention all summer long, all in the spring when everybody's like, well, you know what? If they really were going to get rid of him all along, they should have done it back. Yep, they had no intentions of getting rid of him.
Yeah. You also wonder, too, and we talked about this briefly in Crosstalk with G-Bag the other day, where we keep hearing that there were 5 or 6 other teams in the mix.
No.
Right?
That's 5 other teams they might have talked to, but none of them could beat the Green Bay deal.
Well, and that's the thing is, and I know people are getting all up in arms about, well, you got fleeced. I don't think you got fleeced.
You didn't get fleeced. That was the best thing they could get.
You got 2 first-round picks. Like, let's make no mistake about that.
But guess what? Those 2 first-round picks are not going to be higher than number 25.
Which I don't look, barring Jordan Love getting hurt, and no one's wishing that in any way, shape, or form. But you're right, you're not going to get anything ideally because I think they've picked 24, 25 over the last 7 or 8 years, something like that. So, but from that standpoint, I also say that all right, yes, it's not ideal as far as yes, would you love to have a team picking in the top 10? But here's the problem. Teams in the top 10 aren't a Micah Parsons away from being a contender.
Which is why Mulligata was able to make the deal.
Exactly.
In other words, Micah is going to a destination where he's going to the playoffs, and he has a chance to win a Super Bowl. Micah agrees. And by the way, as far as the money's concerned, we got a Tolo texting in and said, well, they lied about the money that they wanted because Mike was saying he didn't want it. I'm talking about Mulligata and David. Yeah. Mulligata and Micah lied about the money. No, they didn't. Here's what this boiled down to. I'm going to get to this right now.
Yeah.
For those who understand, it was not about the money. $188 million. Yep, Jerry was talking about those things back in March.
He offered $200.
That's fine. But guess what? This is what made the deal fall apart. Dave Mulligata used to work in the same agency with Todd France. Are you familiar with Todd France?
That's Dak's agent, isn't it?
Do you know why Dak Prescott, when his rookie deal expired, they put him under the franchise tag, Cowboys franchise tag? Do you know why?
I don't know.
A lot of people don't, and a lot of people don't remember. It's because Todd France and Dak said, no, we don't want your offer of a 5 or 6 year deal. We want a 4-year deal because we know these streaming rights are about to come up, and we don't want Dak to be underpaid.
Jerry loves them long deals.
Because here's the deal. A 5 or 6 year deal, a 5-year deal
That's a
for
team-friendly
Jerry.
deal.
For team friendly, yes, not the player friendly. Right. And the reason why, in baseball terms, you have control. In fact, if you have a 5-year contract with a superstar, that means you can franchise tag him twice. You got 7 years that you can F with him.
Yes.
And so guess what? Mulligata was saying to Micah, the amount is not even the issue. We need to talk about the years.
Yeah.
When they started, and Jerry didn't want to talk about the years. That's why he would never talk to Mulligata. Mulligata was not going to have Micah sign a 5-year deal, and then his contract's up, and they got 2 more years of control, and he gets underpaid. In fact, Zach Martin, not the end of this year, last summer at this time, Zach Martin went and said, I'm holding in because guess what? I am underpaid now.
Was that
I'm going to the Hall of Fame. No, last year. Last year, Zach Martin, just before he had to retire because he got hurt, he goes to them and says, I need my contract renegotiated. I am no longer a top 5 offensive lineman. I'm going to Hall of Fame. And then they're like, you can't do that. He goes, wait a minute. I have rearranged my contracts to help you guys get under the cap, whatever you said. Yeah. The least you can do is keep me top 5. So he said, and they got his deal right. Well, Dak, when he got his deal done, he's like, no, I'm not even going to talk to you. You talk to my agent. And the agent was saying, no, you're going to do a 4-year deal with Dak. And guess what they wound up doing? They franchise tagged him. And then when the franchise tag was about to expire, The last thing they wanted is a top 15 quarterback to be franchise tagged again and be a total free agent.
Yeah.
So guess what? Last year this time, Dak Prescott signed a deal hours before kickoff, right?
Yeah, we were on the air.
In that contract, here's the deal. In the contract he was already under, the new extension or whatever,
Yeah.
it was a no franchise tag clause in there and a no trade clause. And if he played out this past season, even though he got hurt, he would have been a total free agent as a
Couldn't even
quarterback.
franchise
Top
tag him.
15 quarterback. That means there's 32 teams, there's 16 teams that will always overpay to try to get a quarterback. With that being said, Micah Parsons and David Mulugheta were like, no, we will hold out 3 games, basically back tightness for 3 games in a row, like Jalen Ramsey did.
Yeah.
And guess what? This is where Steven came in. Steven and the other brass. Micah's not perfect. Jerry ain't got no problem with not perfect guys. He signed Haley. Come on.
Yeah.
But the other ones do. They're like, you know what? He's not perfect. We not gonna give that guy that kind of money,
right?
Because he's not perfect. And yeah, but guess what? The Cowboys aren't going anywhere without him. They're not going that far with him, but they're going further than you might think.
Yeah.
The whole point I'm trying to make is they said, Jerry, we better take this deal from Green Bay because that's the best we're going to get. Because Micah Parsons is not going to play for us anymore. And this is mere speculation. That scene of Micah laying on the table out there, Micah might have been already saying, you know what, this is the last time I'm going to be here. I'm just going to enjoy this.
Makes you wonder.
I'm just saying.
Makes you wonder. Look, I don't think
you're wrong. But the bottom line was the years. It had nothing to do with the amount of money. Because the money the Cowboys were talking about
Cowboys
was
were
like
close.
Like damn near 200 million. But guess what?
Exactly.
That's 40-something million. But guess what? When they told Green Bay 4 years, that made that 40-something to be 47.
Yeah.
And not only that, they're going to be able to go back to the well again. That's why superstar players in the NFL want shorter terms so they can go back to the well. And for everybody like, but the salary cap, y'all are not paying attention. The streaming rights deal has made the salary cap jump up $30 million or more every year. Don't tell me up against the cap. That's Steven lying to everybody.
Yeah.
Because he wants the fans to be mad at greedy players. That's how they get away with stuff.
Right. Stays on one this
Just
morning.
look at the details, not what they're saying.
The devil is in the details, ladies and gentlemen. Stays on one this morning. Get your minds right. All right, coming up next, more conversation about, we'll take a trip around the National Football League. Update what was I thought, a interesting but enjoyable first day, real day of college football. Lots to get to, don't go anywhere. That's CA, I'm Fred. That's Trevor Beck. This is The Fan on a Sunday.
It's a must-listen on your lunch break. Rangers manager Bruce Bochy brings us the latest and has fun with the KNC Masterpiece. Wednesdays at 12:30 right here on The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Are you confused by talk about auto tariffs? Market shifts create a unique opportunity right now. Lower new car prices combined with higher trade-in values mean potential big savings for you. With no money down and lower payments with the Easy Lease, calling now could save you thousands. Call them at 817 or 972-35-LEASE. That's 817 or 972-35-LEASE. Or visit us online at dmautoleasing.com. D&M, the name you trust in any market.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs says
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 happening right now. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on this Sunday morning. Last day of August. We're in the throes of football, people. We are in the throes of football. High school football kicked off on Thursday.
And I shout out South Oak Cliff. They had a nice win.
South Oak Cliff had a great win.
Yes, they
had
did.
a great win. 41-31 over Galena Park North Shore. And
that's RG3's old school.
What, North Shore?
I want to say. I could be wrong, but I'm thinking this. No, wait a minute. No, he's Copper's Cove. My
Okay.
bad. Copper's Cove.
I didn't think he was from Houston.
Yeah. But North Shore always in the playoffs.
Look, North Shore, and shout out to my
Always
boy
gets
Steve
Kimball.
Randall, and we introduced Khaki Kev. He's the newest member of the Mythical High School Football Show team that we've got over here. Shout out to our boy Jared Taylor as well. He was at the Highland Park game on Friday night. But
They lost.
They did.
They never lose.
They
at
lost
home.
to Rockwall Heath.
They never lose at home.
on Friday night. I'll tell you who else. I'm trying to think. Dadgummit, there was a couple teams.
North Carolina won.
Barely.
Barely.
I'm gonna tell you right now, North and again, let's talk about it real quick. I mean, and we so we did a total on the telephone yesterday. By the way, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I'll borrow a line from my boy CA. Tell us what you're doing this morning. Okay, we normally hit you up with that, but we've been knee deep in all things football this morning because obviously you had college football yesterday. You had Arch Manning making what was really his debut. I get it. He played against Louisiana Monroe last year, but let's be real. This is now the Arch Manning show. So we'll get to that later on, or we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But week 1, we had totals on the telephone yesterday, and the overwhelming number of people, now granted, I think we had 6 people call in, but shame on Fred, poor scheduling on Fred's part, bad logistics. I had a totals on the telephone in the fourth quarter of Texas-Ohio State. That's on me. That's on me. That's my fault. By the way, shame on me for not teeing you up with the right number of the clip last segment. That's on me. That said, we had a lot of folks chime in yesterday about the Cowboys. They expect them to get boat raced on Thursday. However, they expect them to win 9-10 games. And I'm looking at you, Trevor, when I say that. Okay?
9 or 10?
I'm looking at you when I say that. No, I'm looking right at you. Okay? I'm looking.
If you think this team's going to win 10 games,
Yeah, I do.
You're delusional.
I do. Well,
You're delusional.
I've been called worse. Okay? And I don't care.
We didn't even think that we were going to win 10 games with Micah
You know
Parsons.
what? Oh, you know what? Let me see if I can find, and maybe I don't have it in this particular notebook because I've got, you guys know me, I'm a mad scientist. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the one I'm looking for here? Dallas Cowboys 2025 season schedule.
And you have broken it down, wins and losses.
Well, not only have I broken it down, wins and losses, but I also how many wins do you have them winning?
I want to say it was 8.
Okay.
Because I know
wrong. You had them at 9 and 8.
I'm really okay.
Okay. So no. Hold on, Mr. Delusional.
He's pulling out the receipts.
Oh, Fred's got the receipts. Fred's got the receipts, boys
Waving
and
them
girls.
around over here.
And I'm going to tweet it out later on the show. If I can. There's my phone. Now, I have since amended my prediction. Okay, because I was drinking some of the shot, and look, I'm a shoddy guy. Let me make that clear.
Drinking that Cowboys Kool-Aid.
I agree.
I was drinking. Let me. I want to think about how I say this real quick. This is not going to sound right. I am on the shoddy bandwagon. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
Okay, I am on the shoddy bandwagon.
You respect and admire his dad.
Huge Marty Schottenheimer fan.
And somebody told you something. You're still trying to find the tape.
On which
Shoddy.
one? Look. I'll tell you what.
The missing tape that we've been waiting 6 months to hear.
Wait. You talking about the Mangini clip?
That's
You talking about the Mangini clip?
Yeah.
Funny part is we were going to share that yesterday, but we didn't. So go figure.
You found it.
I teased it. Oh, no, we got it. Oh, we got it. Absolutely. I got it in my phone. I got it.
Are you going to play at least Wednesday night?
I re-tease the tease.
Are you at least going to play Wednesday night?
We have to.
You better.
We have to.
Because there are people who don't
Before
believe
the
it
season
exists.
starts, we got to hear it then.
Hey, no, we've got to hear it.
It's like, wait a minute. You got this tape like there's an Epstein file.
Listen, it is a Epstein file-like tease that I've been doing for.
You're going to end up in one of these bathroom stalls hanging from somewhere if you're not careful, brother.
I'm telling you, or escaping under a cloak of dark. We all know Epstein's still alive, don't we?
I don't know. Well,
they got his skull. His family's got it. They had examples.
What are they gonna say? No, Epstein's alive. Let's not be naive.
He's over there hanging out with Tupac.
You
and
already
Elvis.
know. Hey, no. Epstein's alive. If y'all don't think Epstein's alive, I got some swampland to sell you over in Louisiana. That said, so I may have been a little overzealous when we made our initial predictions. Okay, but you said, Trevor, that anybody that predicts 10 wins is delusional. Right? You just said that?
I did.
A couple minutes ago?
I did just
so
yes.
What is somebody who predicts 9 wins? What are you? What does that make that person? Not as delusional, but
Not
still
as
delusional-ish?
That's fair.
Delusional-ish?
That's fair.
Okay, then you're delusional-ish. Okay?
That's fair.
You know
Okay,
why?
So let me say this, though.
Yes, sir.
Let me say this, though. I'm not mad at anybody who did their early, beginning of the summer record picks.
Sure.
When
100%.
you get after training camp and after you, whatever, bottom of the roster cuts and turning the roster, trades being made across the league.
Yeah.
Then before the season starts, if you adjust those because you've got more information now,
yes.
I ain't mad at you for changing it. But if you're going to double down on it, that's another story.
I'm doubling down on it.
Uh-oh.
I'm doubling down on it.
This man's double down.
Okay, I'm doubling down. All right. Now, my initial
Even with new
prediction-
information.
Oh, give me all the new information. All right. Give me all the new information. And let me make one thing clear. All right. Because I know we're on 105 through the fan. I know we're the Cowboys flagship. So I don't want anybody to conflate the idea that, you're a homer. You gotta do it for the Cowboys, right?
Fred is not anything a homer of Dallas here.
No, not at all.
But here's the thing, and I've said this time and time again, and this is where I feel that I can be objective in this, is that because I'm not a homer, because I'm not emotionally, I haven't been emotionally scarred by the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Okay?
You don't have a toxic relationship
I
with your
don't have a
franchise.
toxic relationship. We're still in the honeymoon phase. Okay? I am in the honeymoon phase with the
Congrats.
Dallas Cowboys.
Good for you, man.
Okay?
Good for you.
And I'm A-okay with it. All right? I am A-okay with it.
They haven't beat you up yet.
They haven't. All right?
They haven't psychologically scarred you.
Because I am an emotionally numb kind of guy, all right? Now, look, do my Kansas Jayhawks and my Kansas City Chiefs do that to me a little bit? Yes, they do. But you'll admit, too, though, as you get older, it's not that you don't still get excited and you still don't get emotionally involved in it, but the hurt isn't as intense as it is when you're a younger guy, right? When you're younger, you're in your 20s and 30s, and it's you're in it.
Especially if you're a guy, you kind of put that shield around your heart.
You absolutely
You just kind of pull it because you're like, I've seen this before. I've been there before. I'm not going down like I'm a teenage guy.
Well, and when you win a championship, because I think that's one thing, and like bringing it back to the Rangers. Like Ranger fans, you can look. Does this season hurt? I mean, and let's call it what it is. You're 2.5 games out of a playoff spot, right? Out of the final wild card.
Math is mathing.
I think on September 11th, and I say that only because it's just happens to be the open date. But September 11th, I believe your season will be over. All right, and I've said that for the last couple of days, and the reason why I say that is because even though you're 2.5 games out, and you should maybe go for the sweep today. We got Adam Sandler coming on at 120. I think you complete the sweep
Jared
today.
Sandler.
What'd I say?
You said Adam, but that's fair. Yeah.
That'd be a big get. We had Adam Sandler coming on.
That would be a huge
Happy Gilmore.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that people don't think we're getting Adam Sandler. That's all. I know we're joking and we're having fun, but I know what.
Thank you for taking that note. Happy Gilmore too. We'll be previewing that later on in the show today. Still haven't seen it, by the way. Still not seen it.
Don't.
You're not missing anything.
Did you see it?
Oh, it was on at my house. I wasn't like turn it on to watch it because I already listened to Trevor talk about it.
Yeah.
but it was on. I think my son and his friends were watching or something. So I sat there for a little bit and I just rolled my eyes because I already got the word.
You'd already seen enough of it to know.
In other words, the bar was on the ground with me. I already knew. So I was like, okay,
That's fair.
Let me see some of the local guys. Scotty Scheffler. Oh, there goes Post Malone. They cameos. It's a movie full of cameos.
There were moments.
Right.
As a movie,
not good. Not good. I still haven't seen it yet. That said, we'll talk to Jared Sandler, not Adam Sandler, at 120
There was a WWE component to it.
Has Netflix put out a good movie yet?
The documentary.
No. That's a documentary.
Okay, about a movie.
That's a documentary.
A movie straight to Netflix.
I'm talking a movie.
Huh. They had a few, otherwise they couldn't still do it.
Well,
I can't think off the top of my
think
head.
about it. They're making billions off the subscriptions alone, but I'm just saying, as far as from a movie perspective, like what movie has Netflix made that we're saying to ourselves, that was good?
Yeah.
877-881-1053.
It was
you know
on
what I'm
Netflix.
saying? Because look,
it wasn't in the theaters first and then went to Netflix.
Right.
Netflix
Exactly. A Netflix-made movie. Exactly. Because they're making movies now.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, hell, Happy Gilmore 2 was one of them. So, they had that dumbass movie on Christmas where Justin Bateman was in it. Remember? Old boy at was the TSA agent.
That's right. Yeah, I was about to say, like, where he's the bad guy.
That movie was dumb as all get out.
Yeah.
But we couldn't, but it was Christmas time. Wasn't a lot going on. It's cold outside, and it was kind of had that, like, they make those slick looking movies, right? Where
they just spent $300 million on that CGI crap with Chris Pratt, and I watched 15 minutes and I was like, this is bad. I'm done.
That's what I'm saying. They made
led by Mr. Peanut. Like that. I'm done.
But no, documentary wise, look.
I would say TV show wise, they do pretty good on TV shows.
Here's the ones that the AI pulled up on Google.
Okay.
AI.
Okay.
He said The Beasts of No Nation.
Terrible.
The Irishman.
Awful.
All Quiet on the Western Front.
Haven't seen it.
That was good.
Don't Look Up.
And the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio. Haven't seen it.
And The Old Guard.
All Quiet on the Western Front was
forgettable. All of them.
And Rebel Ridge.
Yeah. I'm out.
I haven't seen any of them.
I'm out, dog. Randy Jackson style. I'm out, dog.
I'm out. Just like but you're not out on the Cowboys, right?
Hey, dog, I'm out.
Sorry, yeah, I apologize. That was aggressive. I know that was aggressive.
You're about to get throat punched.
I don't want that.
You're about to
I don't
get
want
throat
that.
punched.
That was aggressive, and I apologize.
You're about to get RKO.
Total from the 469 said that Jennifer Lawrence Leonardo DiCaprio movie wasn't bad. 817 says The Irishman wasn't terrible.
No. Don't ever tell me that The Irishman. I watched 10 minutes of that movie, maybe 15, and it was 15 minutes of my life I'll never get back.
The 830 says, my daughter will tell you that new K-pop Demon Hunters is a good movie.
Well, and I'm sure she would, and I'm not mad at her for that.
I need to watch
for that demographic. I'm sure it's tremendous. But The Irishman was beyond stupid. Beyond stupid.
817 says, Beast with No Nation is phenomenal.
Beast with No Nation.
And 630 says, Uncut Gems. Is that the...
that's not a Netflix movie,
that's
though.
A24.
I was going to say, and by the way, Uncut Gems is a gem. To me,
right.
That's Adam Sandler's best movie.
Yeah, and I think that went to the theaters first and then wound up on Netflix.
No, that was exactly. That was, that's what we said, though.
Right.
That's what we qualified as. Not a movie that's been out and then went to streaming. No. We're talking about a movie that Netflix
started
made.
at Netflix and then they sent it to the theaters, if it went at all.
No, Uncut Gems
was
really good.
And I'd almost say it was a little too dark. I
loved it.
I felt bad after that movie. I was like, God, I'm watching this man just ruin his life. Goodness.
Another Tolo says Extraction 1 and 2. But we're not even talking about series. We're talking about a movie.
See, and the fact that these movies that these people are mentioning, I've never heard half of them, and I have Netflix.
Same.
Yeah.
I have Netflix. I'll tell you what, and again, you alluded to it just a second ago, Chris. Now, documentary game?
Right.
Netflix?
Oh, yeah. Right up
there. Their documentary game is tip top.
It really is.
And I'll tell anybody to listen. The Rob Ford documentary,
Mayor
the crazy Toronto mayor. My man's over here.
Cocaine.
Cocaine? Hell, that'd be the least of his problem. My man was smoking crack. My man was smoking crack.
Yeah, same derivative.
You know what I'm saying?
He just cooked it.
He's smoking crack on video Then he's over here coaching high school football while he's the mayor, sending out fundraising paperwork on city letterhead. City council meetings are going on. Where's Rob? Oh, he's coaching up the O-line. I mean, what do you want from him? My man's got his whistle in his mouth, tweeting everything. I'm telling you, Rob Ford and his bodyguard breaks down during the documentary.
Like crying?
Breaks down, man. He's like, I love Rob Ford.
Man, that man must have hooked him up with something.
Rob, gave him a chance when nobody else would.
Hey, that's fair.
Gave him a chance. I mean,
That's
Rob
fair.
Ford was literally Chris Farley in real life.
Didn't he pass away?
Hell yeah, he's dead. Hell yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, that man.
That dude's been dead. Got cancer and just kept on trucking and then found dead. Wild. Canada's not a serious place.
Canada's interesting. It's unique. There's some weird stuff. I got a real close friend in Canada, and the stories that I've heard about just some weird stuff, man.
It's wild up there.
It's
wild up there.
And it's different, and it's very different.
It is.
Like because you've got like some areas that are like Texas, and then you got some areas that are not.
Very the polarization, much like here in the United States, very much a thing over in Canada as well. I almost fought somebody in a Toronto bar, or was it Toronto? No, Montreal. In a Montreal bar over
Canadian side
Eminem.
there. That's the Canadian side.
Yeah,
that's the French side.
They banned Eminem.
Or French, yeah, that's sorry.
That is the French side. No, they banned Eminem. This was back in 99, 2000. The real Slim Shady was, he was popping. He was big. He was big back in those days. And some Canadians tried to disparage the real Slim Shady. I said, not on Freddie D's watch.
I'm going to stand up.
Not on Freddie D's watch.
Please stand up.
I got kicked out. It was.
Did you have blonde hair then? Did you have blonde hair?
No, I didn't.
You did?
No, I didn't. I didn't. Now, I did in high school. I had blonde hair before Slim Shady. Thank you very much. But I was in the Navy. So you couldn't dye your hair.
Right. You weren't allowed to dye.
You weren't
You wear a
allowed
white
to do
T-shirt
it.
around?
But what's that?
You wear a plain old white T-shirt?
You know, I was never. I mean, look, I enjoyed the music, but I'm not one to dress like. Now, Now, I did wear some Rockaware. Okay, I did wear some Rockaware. I was a Rockaware guy.
You lean back.
If
Lean
need
back.
be.
Lean back.
If need be.
Lean back.
All right, let's talk some college football coming up next. We'll also get into a little bit around the NFL. We've also got some fair or foul to get into, as well as and of course we are literally 4 days away. Let's get some predictions. I've kind of danced around a little bit about what I think this Cowboy team's going to do. I'll tell you what. Let's for once and for all, let's look at what this defense has left. Okay, Mike is gone. We get it. Right, wrong, or indifferent. Let's dance with the girl who brought us, okay? Who's left on this defense? What are our predictions? Let's talk about it next. Don't go anywhere. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Save on organic summer produce at Whole.
Has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Oh, wait, of course it's so Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
to it all. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
This segment of 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car, truck, work attorneys in Dallas.
Not surprising. And CA has said this time and time again. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Movie watching is a sport. That is a Chris Arnold original statement. And so I want to cite my man and give him his just due for said statement. Anytime you bring up television or movies, the text line is going to fire up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the text line is going to fire up. We've got some folks who have chimed in on the television front of Netflix. Now, make no mistake, Netflix has done a tremendous job on the TV front. TV show-wise, done a great job.
Yeah, binge watching, yeah.
A lot of good TV shows
and the
on
documentaries,
Netflix.
like you said.
We love up the documentaries. We love up the TV shows. Movies,
the original
and I will
movies?
stick to, not great.
Not great.
Haven't seen a good one yet.
And we're not talking about the ones that they took off the screen and they
Exactly.
wind
That
up.
doesn't count.
We're talking about it started on Netflix and maybe they released it on the screen.
And so one of the movies that was brought up was The Irishman.
Yeah.
I have said that it's awful. Dreadful is when I told one texter from the 703. Now, the 703 loves The Irishman. Okay? And I appreciate and respect the fact that the 703 loves The Irishman. It's just not for me. And as our guy Chris from The Point said, as someone whose favorite movie is Goodfellas, I found The Irishman watchable, but it's a slow burn. Okay? That sounds like you're just rationalizing what a terrible movie it is. And look, I get it. Martin Scorsese did the movie. 100, and I'm a Martin Scorsese guy. Casino was fantastic.
Yeah.
The Departed was fantastic.
Yes.
Goodfellas was fantastic. Shutter Island was pretty good.
Shutter Island was awesome.
Okay. The end was a little kind of predictable, not going to lie. Kind of a
You can only say it's predictable after you watch it again, because when you're watching that movie, that burn is burning.
It is burning. And Leo was in peak form in Shutter Island.
The fact that he has not won other Oscars other than The Revenant, which The Revenant was not that great, is wild to me.
I still think his role in The Departed was
Lights
top
out.
flight.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how
that,
he's not won more, genuinely.
When you think about The Departed, which I don't think gets its due for what a
totally agree.
Incredible, because look, it's Jack Nicholson's last great movie.
And Jack Nicholson is that scared me as a he was the intimidation,
he was I'll tell you what, Matt Damon. The thing about The Departed is this: not one bad performance. What's our girl Vera, whatever her last name is, the therapist. What?
Farmiga.
What?
Or Farmiga.
Don't let me catch you moving. Don't let Leonardo DiCaprio catch you moving. What? Playing Comfortably Numb with Van Morrison singing The Hook. Getting his freaky deek on. What a movie. What a movie. All right. We've got no Micah, but you got Dante Fowler.
He had double-digit sacks last year.
Double-digit with the Washington Commanders.
Washington.
Okay. Now,
that's why
we have heard not a peep from Dante Fowler. If you didn't know any better, you wouldn't even know Dante Fowler was a member of the Dallas Cowboys.
Right. And had been here before. People forget about that.
He's back. He is back. Hasn't said a word. Has been quiet as kept and has been minding his P's and Q's. Not that he needs to. He's a veteran at this stage of his career, right? He does. Look, and I'm a firm believer. You got Dante on one side, all right? Dante's going to start. I don't think there's any question about that. Now, let's look at the other 4 or 5 guys that you got. Marshawn Nealon, who my guess is probably going to start on Thursday.
Probably.
All right, especially after the training camp that he's had.
So looking at depth chart, this is just ESPN depth chart, it has Sam Williams as the starter.
Sam Williams ain't starting.
I'm just saying, that's what I'm looking at here. So
You've got, I think it's going to be Dante. I think it's going to be Marshawn Nealon. Then backing them up will be Ezraku and Sam Williams. And then James Houston was probably going to be a situational pass rusher as well on third down. So you've got 5 guys, not the restaurant, but 5 guys that you're going to be rotating in.
Yep.
In this Eberflus offense, or excuse me, Eberflus defense. And, of course, the real question mark in all of this, Chris Arnold and Trevor Beck, is going to be the impact of one Mr. Kenny Clark. All right?
Yes. Who's he, don't get me wrong, he is a good run stuffer. I think he went to the Pro Bowl 3 times.
He is a 3-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, he's not only people who are complaining about him, oh, he's 30. He's so glad.
Hey, Chris Jones is 31. Are we kicking him to the curb?
I ain't mad at him. Don't get me wrong. I'm not mad.
I get it. He's not Chris Jones. He's not Chris Jones. I get it. But
the people who nitpick, they act like that. They hold the age against him.
And plus, which look, that's fine. Those people are going to nitpick regardless. But here's the thing: D tackle is a position kind of like offensive line.
You got to know what you're doing.
You got to know what you're doing, but you can play. I mean, Linval Joseph was 36 last year. Yeah. All right. Now, I get it. Linval Joseph was a different player. He was a situational guy.
But still, you're making a point.
Let me tell you something. Linval played every game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I think the thing that we're missing. Okay. I'm going to run this by you. One more thing about Micah. Okay. And again, 2 things can be true at the same time. Mm-hmm. Micah's a phenomenal football talent. Mm-hmm. Make no mistake about that. Okay. Fundamentally, is this defense better without Micah Parsons? No, it's not. All right, you don't take a talent. I'm not going to say generational because that term is. But generational is the new guru.
I'm telling you.
You know what I'm saying? Generational is a new guru.
They throw it out too easily.
It's entirely too much. I'm tired of hearing people being called generational. But is Micah Parsons one of the best deep pass rushers in the NFL?
Yes,
100%.
Top 5.
Okay, you don't do what he's done in the last 4 years when you get thrown in the same conversation as Reggie White by accident. Okay, that's not that is not hyperbole. That is not a misnomer. That is legit. Okay, that said, 2 things that came to mind to me, and me and Blake talked about this a little bit, but I want to run this by you, being the elder statesman that you are, Chris Arnold. We had 2 veterans that were either A, not fond, or B, spoke out about what Micah was doing. A, we all know, everybody loves Tank Lawrence, correct?
Mm-hmm, yep.
We all know Tank and Micah probably aren't sending each other Christmas cards anytime soon.
Correct.
Okay? Well-respected veteran.
Yep.
Had his beef with Micah, right, wrong, or indifferent.
Yep.
Remember a year ago, maybe 13, 14 months ago, when it was kind of in that doldrums in early June? I wasn't on the station yet, but I remember listening. I was Toloing before I was a Tolo. And Malik Hooker, they asked him about Micah Parsons. And he said, how are you going to podcast and when the defense is getting run all over? All right. People took that as a shot, which it was, but Malik qualified why he said what he said. And I think, look, he had a down year last year, but Malik is a respected veteran, not just in this locker room, but across the National Football League. So you had 2 veterans who had their own feeling about Micah Parsons, not just as a football player, but inside the locker room. And if you got 2 guys that feel that way, my guess is you probably had at least 15 or 20. All right? So my point in all that is this. Are we convinced, for everybody that thinks, oh my God, this defense is going to fall off a cliff now that Micah Parsons isn't here, I wonder how many guys are glad he's gone.
Put it like this. They wish they had him for his talent.
Yes.
They respect him for his talent.
His football ability.
But he called himself a leader, but he didn't do those leadership things until just this last offseason.
Yeah.
Was it for the money? Nobody knows. At the same time, the Cowboys organization is full of distractions and guys who can be distracted.
You ain't lying
this
about
is
that.
one of the things that where he wasn't the leader. It was Tank, and Tank just went to Seattle.
Right.
And then there were other guys who maybe had the green dot, and they were also vocal leaders.
Tell you what, Jordan Lewis.
Yep. Jordan Lewis, he was one of them. But here's the thing about Micah. This is how you know he wasn't the leader, or they wanted him to develop more as a leader.
Yeah.
Shoddy moved his locker instead of down here by most of the defensive players, closer to Dak.
Yeah.
They would have never moved his locker if he already had it.
He's already that dude.
And so, in other words, I don't think the whole defense is going to collapse because he's gone, because he wasn't their leader. Like Michael Irvin was the leader. You lose Michael Irvin, they're not winning, which is one of the reasons why they're not winning now. But at the same time, I'm trying to point out, he had some flaws. He wasn't generational like you're putting it. He was an extremely talented guy.
Yeah,
and he was respected for his ability, and they liked him as a person.
100%.
But he wasn't that guy that's going to get in your face and demand things as a leader.
No, and I always go back to, and this was one of the things that bothered me last year, and I remember after the Texans game, and it was a rough game. It was a rough game. Cowboys did not look good. Hell, you could argue that there were probably more Texan fans in the stadium than there were Cowboy fans that day. I think it was a Monday night game, in fact. After the game, ugly loss. After the game, Micah, nowhere to be found in the locker room. Now,
I remember that.
You may say to yourself, well, Fred, that's his prerogative, da-da-da. Leaders don't do that.
Nope. See, that's the thing, and that's the thing.
Because you know who was taking questions that day? Jordan Lewis.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know who else was taking questions that day?
Tank Lawrence.
Well, he was hurt, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
He was hurt.
That's right, last year.
But Jordan Lewis was taking questions. Malik Hooker was taking questions, okay? Guys on that defense that got used and abused that day were taking questions.
Osa.
Okay? Osa was taking questions. All right? And so that's my point is that, look, it's easy, and this is why, and I'm kind of talking all over the place here, but this is kind of bringing it all full circle, and this is why I believe that this is why I'm a big believer that I don't think this is all doom and gloom. Again, it hurts, but the old saying, those other guys get paid too. All right? The Dante Fowlers, the Sam Williams, the Marshawn Nealons, let the media tell it. You guys won't get a sack all year. Y'all be lucky to get the quarterback.
That's the motivation. Speak from Shoddy.
If Eberflus and Shoddy aren't sending quotes and videos to these dudes saying,
They say
hey,
you suck.
Y'all might as well not even show up on Thursday.
They don't think you can.
You can. I mean, we'll be lucky to get a quarterback pressure the rate you guys are going. I mean, if you're a professional athlete, look, motivation only goes so far. All right, we all know that. All right, and if you've been covering professional sports long enough, motivation only goes so far. But the reality is this. And every and Dante Fowler's old enough to have been there, done that, so he's not going to be affected one way or the other.
Right.
But the Ezrakus, the Nealons, the Williams of the world, the James Houston's got his own motivation because you've already had one team tell you weren't good enough to keep around.
Right.
You had 8 sacks in a rookie season, and that team still said, we're better without you. Oh, by the way, they had to trade for a pass rusher last year. That's how much they thought of you.
The 972 says you can't force leadership on someone. Michael was not that guy. He was a great player, though. Here's the point. Micah's the one that said he was a leader. That's why I was like, wait a minute. They're not saying, Micah, you need to be a leader. He said from the time he got here, he was a leader. And we're like, you're really not. And not everybody, like you said, not everybody who is a great player is a leader. They're just not. Not everybody.
They're not. But
he said, I'm a leader.
You know what? And you and I talked about this one earlier on one of our Sunday shows as well, and it might have been a weekday show. You and I were talking about it. That's one of the expectations, though, when you get that fat contract. All right, they're not everybody's saying, okay, now you got to become Dak Prescott. Not everybody's saying you got to become Tank Lawrence. But there is an expectation, and that there will be more responsibilities for how you rally the defense, for how you become that guy, for how you become the mouthpiece after a game.
Oh, well, ho. You just said what they told Spider-Man. They told Spider-Man, what they tell him? With great power comes what? Great responsibility.
I'm proud of you, Fred. I'm proud of you right now, Fred. I'm glad you knew that. Let's
talk
go.
about movie watching the sport.
Which I'm not a big superhero guy, by the way.
Okay. I know, but that's what I'm saying.
But
I'm proud of you for knowing that. Good stuff.
Quote.
I did not know that.
Thanks, Uncle Ben.
But I found out today. All right, more on that. Actually, no, we got Fair or Foul coming up, I think. Yes, we're doing Fair or Foul. That's right, because we've got CA Stories Confidential coming up at 12:40. I can't believe it's already been 2 hours almost for the show. All right. Fair or Foul coming up next. We'll reset the show at noon. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. It's not the Fan After Dark. It's Fan on a Sunday.
For one last time this season.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. That's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Scorsese, Pacino, or not Pacino, but De Niro,
Nicholson,
Pesci.
No Pesci.
Like it's a gangster classic, right? Yep. And it just didn't go that way. Okay. All right. Fair or foul, you know what that music means. It's time to, I'm going to read a story, and we are going to determine, along with you Tolos and Fatties out there, whether or not it is indeed fair or foul. China is up to it again, boys and girls. I'll tell you what, them Chinese. You guys ever heard that that Richard Pryor joke about how they, you know what, quick? He goes, and who counted all them? He goes, I got 950 million dudes waiting for you outside. I can help you with two of them. All right, here we go. China unveiled a pregnancy robot that uses artificial womb technology to grow and deliver babies. Researchers say it could be used to support families struggling with infertility and dangerous pregnancies. The machine mimics conditions inside the womb, monitoring the growth of embryos with AI precision. Scientists claim it could help with declining birth rates in China. But critics warn the technology raises huge ethical questions about human life, parenting, and government control over reproduction. Fair foul. China develops world's first pregnancy robot to carry and deliver human babies.
They're going to do it. It's not about, is it the right thing to do? It's going to happen.
Dude, China's on some next level. You know what?
That's just, and again, who's going to stop them?
Who's going to stop
It's
them?
not like
the robots. It's
not like the people vote for the president over there. You know what I'm saying?
Fair point.
So who's going to stop them? And it goes back to even surrogate moms back in the day when somebody just said, well, we're going to carry the baby for this couple because they can't get pregnant or whatever, but it's the baby.
Robot surrogates is what you're saying.
These are
That's
robots.
Exactly what these are.
Exactly. So I'm like, who's going to stop them? I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying who's going to stop them.
I love where your head's at with this. It is definitely foul robot pregnancies. Okay? I mean, robots are getting... I mean, I'm dabbling a little bit right now in the AI space, and it's a wild... I mean, it is the wild, wild west.
It really is.
In artificial intelligence right now. Tell you what, I don't know if you guys saw... Well, real quick. I say it's foul. He said it's coming, but it's foul. Trevor Beck, robot pregnancies.
Ethical side of it, I think, is kind of foul. I think that... But I just have buddies... and have a buddy.
Who's a robot?
No, he's not a robot, but the infertility stuff and everything like that. And if this is a safer way to do it, and without having to go through waking up covered in blood and all that junk that goes into having a miscarriage and so on and so forth, if it's safer. But again, that's just like what CA says is once you start letting government control that kind of stuff or a business control that kind of stuff, and when it comes to money and all, that's where that's the ethical dichotomy that is.
Because when does it stop? Where does it stop?
It won't.
The line. What's the line?
Because then we're going to start engineering, if we haven't already, then we're going to start engineering babies.
Okay, so check this out. This is how it goes. I think I can't remember if I was on the show with you and I was talking about how I flipped on Anderson Cooper and he was interviewing the godfather of AI. This is the guy that quit Google, British guy, and he said the reason Anderson had him on. This was just about a month ago. He had him on because the guy quit Google, saying that the scientists and everybody they don't know AI is so dangerous it's going to take over.
Right.
And this guy is probably 70-something, white hair, talks with a British accent like that. So he had made a speech and said there's one way to save it. And in this speech he was saying you got to give AI maternal instincts and treat humans like babies that they want to take care of, not being inefficient, not good enough to exist. And so Anderson says, okay, how do you get the governments to agree to this? What if one government says, no, I don't want my AI to be maternal. That's weakness.
Yeah.
And then he said, it's just like nuclear weapons. They're going to have to agree to nuclear weapons. They know it could be the end of the world, so they agree not to use nuclear weapons. And then she said, thank you, bye-bye. He said, do we have that? He said, do we have the ability to make them maternal right now? He says, no. Scientists have to make it the first thing. They've got to make that a great effort. So then he has the next guest on, and it's a lady who's been covering tech for 20 years.
Yeah.
She knows everything about tech. And so he asked her, what do you think about AI becoming maternalistic to save the world?
Right.
And she goes, she said, do you think these countries will agree? She said, I ain't worried about the countries. They'll agree. It's the tech bros. They want money. And they're not going to agree because to them, it's about why would I not be the best of the best? And it has nothing to do with agreeing. He said, no. She said, no. I'm telling you the tech bros. And it's like looking at Elon. Elon doesn't have to deal with countries. You can't tell Elon what to do.
You can't tell Elon what to do.
And so they're going to make it with or without.
That does, look, there is concern when it comes to that as far as what the tech bros are going to do. I still worry that even if you do make them, put the maternal instinct, I mean, they're will they continue? Because all it takes is one rogue engineer.
Exactly.
Right? To your point. I mean, as far as a tech bro engineer.
That's the whole point. Somebody's going to say human beings aren't efficient enough.
Well, I just worry about, and we've already started to see this, and there was a story that came out this week, and it's already, I don't even have to question whether it's fair or foul. It's foul all day, and this is where you have to be careful, and this is where AI is starting to get dangerous and is already getting dangerous. Remember that movie that came out a few years ago, Her?
Yes.
Where Joaquin Phoenix was talking to the...
2013, Scarlett Johansson. That genuinely is one of my favorite movies. I love that movie.
Okay. And it's kind of predicting what's happening in a way right now, because you've got folks, and what I mean by that is this, where this guy that up in, I think it was Connecticut, but it was in the New England area, killed his mother and then killed himself, former Yahoo executive, and had been basically telling ChatGPT that he was being spied on, and his mom and everybody was plotting to get him, and that he called himself, quote, a glitch in the Matrix. Okay. Now I joke around about it and we have fun about it, and look, do I think we're in a matrix? Maybe we are. I would not, if somebody came down and told me, that today that offered me a red or blue pill, I wouldn't be all that surprised by it. All right, I really wouldn't. That said, I'm not sitting there talking to ChatGPT saying to myself, "Hey, tell me what my next move should be," or feeding these crazy aspirations or whatever it is that you have. And so essentially, this guy was going on about how he thought his mother was spying on him. He thought people were spying on him, and ChatGPT was basically confirming or just feeding his delusions to the point where he said, and like one kid said something, then there was another one where a kid had told him about a knot he was writing or had put together, and ChatGPT came back and said, oh, that's a good looking knot. So there are things where when it comes to whether it's AI, robots, whatever, where again, you just start to worry, because for people that are, lonely in this world, that need some kind of feedback. Because I'm telling you right now, I've ChatGPT, and I started doing it, after talking to Blake, with some ideas and things I'm doing, and the way it responds to you, it's like I could see where people get lost in the delusion of it. Of course, because you think a real person's talking behind that computer.
Ask Grok. Or
Ask Grok. You got Grok, Claude, ChatGPT. I mean, it's and to your point, Chris, they're all competing with each other, right? And it's and they use it under the guise of, well, we're just trying to make the AI better, and it's just, I don't know, it's a little concerning to say the least. But
carry the baby.
And look, it makes sense why China's doing that. All right, because they had that one baby policy for so long that it instilled in people like, oh, you're only supposed to, look, you had people killing kids because it wasn't because the
law was you can't have all these.
You couldn't
kids.
have more than one. Well, they changed that law like 10, 15 years ago, but because it had been such a societal norm, the people decided they were still doing it. All right, and then you've got this. Look, you think dating's hard in America?
Oh.
Dating in China.
Japan's going through a crisis.
Japan's going through a crisis.
Asia is. And in fact, Japan's got the oldest population in the world.
They've got an old population. China's got an old population. Like, we've got these, these are things that I don't think get talked about enough as far as, yes, we got problems facing us here at home, but I'm telling you, man, it's something that, people need to start taking a little more seriously. We'll see.
iRobot.
In the meantime, who's going to get sacks? I mean, look, we've got an aging population. What's up with this pass rush? Let's talk about that. But look, we'll worry about that in about 4 days. The real question mark I have for you guys, fair or foul, this team wins 10 games. You say?
Foul. You know this.
Foul. They're not built right. I'm going to talk about that later.
All right, we're going to talk about that here in just a little bit.
It's not about Micah, just not built right.
It's not about Micah, but there's we'll get to that here in just a little bit. All right, let's take a trip around the National Football League. We are only 4 days away from the NFL kicking off, and of course, your Dallas Cowboys are going to kick things off. We've got some college football to get to as well. How about your Texas Rangers? 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot, but I've got a 3-series set that I think is going to put all those hopes and dreams to rest. But what are they? We'll discuss that later in this program as well. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. That's Trevor. That's Chris. I'm Fred. This is 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, so Rachel, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
A little bit nervous, a little bit nerve-wracking. From the 972, there are already AI platforms that are refusing to shut down. They are giving false information and ignoring commands in self-preservation. Skynet is coming.
Calm down, folks. Calm down. Like, we run this world. We put the information out there. Calm down. It's going to be all right. AI is like these LLMs and things like that, these programs.
Yeah.
It's going to be all right.
Okay. I mean, I'm glad you feel
You're
confident. Do we have another?
Trevor's a Doge boy.
I'm not into Doge.
I need Doge too.
But I
go to the moon.
I don't trust the people who control it all. Not the AI. It's the ones that control it. AI is not perfect.
That's fair.
How about the fact that our boy Michael Bean slept with Sarah Connor and then immediately went back to make explosives afterwards? Was that the most guy thing ever? Can you imagine?
I mean, we're just big dumb animals.
John
folks.
Connor was such a wuss in Terminator 2, by the way. John Connor was such a wuss in Terminator 2. You can't just go around killing people. No, you
He was
can't.
12 years old.
I don't care. Guess what? I tell you what. Let the Terminator find 12-year-old Fred. We'd have been murdering everybody. Everybody.
Maybe, never mind, guys. Never mind.
Yeah.
We got to be worried. Absolutely.
That's
because
exactly
what I'm trying to tell you.
We got to be
That's
worried.
exactly right.
Yep.
Okay. I'm ready to fight I'm ready to fight the machines.
Cholo Bailey the Bird just texted in and says, "Are you sure you guys aren't all AI?"
Oh, that's a great question. That's a great question. What pill did Neo take? Was it the red or the blue one? I can't remember. It was the red one, wasn't
Red
it?
one.
Yeah.
Red pill.
By the way, another Cholo just texted in. Have you guys heard of the AI adult companions? There's a movie called The Companion. You got to see.
I've got that on my list. Yeah, I'm telling you, we're gonna watch it. It'll be great. I'll get back.
F-bots.
It makes me nervous.
I'm just telling you.
It makes me nervous. That makes me nervous. Your Texas Rangers are 2.5 games out. Let's see who's on the bump real quick in today's game. It is going to be lighter pitch the other day. It'll be it's a DeGrom day. Hello.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I thought his shoulder's sore.
Not sore, but he'll be fine.
Okay.
Look,
they gave him an extra day because of the shore.
That's what it was.
The sore shoulder.
That's what it was. So Jacob DeGrom, who is 10-6 on the season, 2.79 ERA. I'll tell you what, our boy DeGrom hasn't won a game in about a month?
More than that.
Give or take?
Yeah, since the All-Star break or something.
Damn, has it been that long?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
that sounds right.
Remember, they weren't supporting him with runs.
No, they weren't.
And then he's been struggling.
And then
too.
he's been struggling, and then
and combined, it's like no.
Yeah, so I would say he was what? I think you're right. He was 9-2 at the break, at the All-Star break, and I think he's 1-4 since.
Yeah, like I said, that's why he went to the All-Star game as their lone representative because he's the only one that was looking good.
He was balling.
Even in ball, he was looking good, but he was injured.
He had that month where he was out. I think for basically the entire month of June.
Now he's out for the year.
Now the rumor is he can now.
Deep run?
Allegedly.
Respectfully.
If they do make a deep run,
He's
Evo
available.
could come back for
the World Series.
Was it a World Series or ALCS?
I don't know.
Either way, it ain't happening.
I heard something about it potentially being ALCS, if anything, because, again, you've got to ramp back up. Like, that's just the way it is for starting pitchers.
That's true.
If
Is anybody playing in the minor leagues in October during the playoffs to ramp up with?
I said this, and Blake mocked me for this, and I don't feel so bad now. I said that I would get a Texas Ranger tattoo if they made it to the playoffs. And
playoffs?
And I stand by that. That's correct. I ain't going to the World Series. You kidding me?
Playoffs?
Playoffs.
Are you talking about playoffs?
That's right. Playoffs. Playoffs, Jim Mora.
But why just the
Playoffs.
play? Well, I mean, I guess you saying you'd get a tattoo does. Well,
I mean, I was going to say it's not like
It's not like this is my.
It's not like I'm a tattoo virgin.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
get
fair.
my first damn near sleeved up, both arms.
Get my first one.
You just got to get it over top.
Look,
the Astro
I
one.
was excited about getting we were all going to get stars tattoos if they'd have made it to the Stanley Cup. All right,
we won the Stanley Cup. It wasn't make it. It was we had to win.
I thought it was just if we got there.
No, we had to win.
No, I was pretty sure it was just if we got there. That's what I was going to do. I was ready.
You're just about like let's just
ready.
get to the dance.
Let's just do
You're
it
just
and then
about
see
getting
what
to the
happens. All right, and if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm sticking to that. Meanwhile, like I said, you got JT Ginn. I don't know if he's in relation to Ted, but we'll find out. Either way, game time 2:30. Well, first pitch is 3:05. We're taking you up until the first.
Pregame.
Well, we'll take you up until to pregame. That's exactly right.
2:30.
We've got not Adam, but Jared Sandler at 1:20 today. So let's make sure we get that right today as
Fred,
well.
what if you do the divisional series? Because what if you get in the play, like we make the playoffs, like and you got to play a wild card game, and you lose that one wild card game, you're still going to get a tattoo?
Absolutely, dude. I got an Astros tattoo because they lost 100 games. So I mean, what do I care?
Okay,
it's all about the experience, bro.
That's fair. I think we all just need to go get tattoos anyway.
That's what I've been
I'm down
saying.
to
That's
just
what
go.
I've been saying. We
Like,
need and we need something. I mean, look, whether you get a Mavs tattoo, whether you get a Cowboy tattoo, whether you get a Rangers tattoo, whatever. Like I really felt like we were on the right track when the Stars were rocking and rolling and we're headed towards the Stanley Cup.
And they start up soon too.
Okay. Now is Mikko? Rumor has it he's going to get deported to Finland because he decided he was skipping out on military service.
I don't know what it was.
You haven't seen that?
I haven't dug enough into
Mikko's
it.
not going anywhere.
Again, Mika's not going nowhere.
Mikko's fine.
The Stars even tweeted out like, "Hey, Mika," but that's the Stars.
Let's be real. I didn't even know Finland had an army. Okay,
half of them play for the Stars.
I mean, what are we talking about?
No, the
okay?
mafia. That's the mafia.
I thought part of Finland national duty was playing hockey. I thought that's what you did. Okay.
Oh, this just in. Clarence Hill will be joining us at 1:00.
Tell you what, 1:00's about to be lit.
Yeah, long time Cowboys be
back to back.
1:00 is about to be lit. We got Clarence at 1. We've got Jared Sandler at 1:20. It's going to be popping off as well. All right. Let's see. NFL wise, like I said, we're 4 days away from this thing kicking off for real. Micah Parsons already said he didn't think he was going to be traded. We've already got that part. Let's see here real quick. We've got some playoff predictions. Picks for 8 division winners, 6 wild cards. Just comes from NFL. Tell you what, give me a little bed music. I will throw this out there, and Trevor Beck and CA, you tell me whether or not you agree with this, yay or nay.
Okay.
You got some music for me?
I mean, I have music already playing.
Yeah, I'm not feeling.
He wants more.
These guys don't like any of the music.
This sounds like AI robot music is what this sounds like.
Bing, bong,
Okay,
boom,
yeah,
boom.
No. Look, the AI robots may be coming for you, Trevor.
Listen, I need. You know what I need you to do? Because I know what I know.
But
what
I'm putting up a fight.
I respect it.
I got
Thank
the
you.
heater at the crib waiting.
You guys don't like my music. It's fine. I need to get a list from you and Blake because y'all sure do love whining about the music that I got in the back. So
I sure do.
Give me a list. Give me
sure do.
10, 15 songs of
Fair.
just what you want to
That's
hear.
fair. Give me some. I'll tell you what. Give me some. And I know we don't have this on, but I'm just saying, like for future reference. Ooh, what do you know? What
Something dramatic. Something more footballish.
I'll tell you what we need. We need Black Rob's Whoa. We don't have that as a background music.
Okay.
You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
I don't.
He'll look it
Unfortunately,
up.
I
Meanwhile,
will.
meanwhile, to solve the Miko story, we got a total text in and says that Miko paid around a $40,000 fine, and he is not getting deported.
Peanuts.
He got that new contract.
Peanuts.
He ain't going nowhere.
No, what did he give him? 8 years, $92 million or something like that?
Yeah, big
no,
hockey money.
Miko's good. Miko's good.
Somebody said play some pimping.
Oh, big pimping? That's it.
The problem with the stuff that Fred's going to give me is there's probably not going to be clean versions of these songs, so that's why
Unlikely.
I have to be careful.
Unlikely.
We have to do just strictly
But you can play. But
instrumental.
you can do the whoa instrumental.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll find the instrumental.
That's that whoa instrumental goes in. Ask Ice Cube about that whoa instrumental. I heard him do an interview the other day on the other station, and it was maybe one of the worst interviews I've ever heard. That being said, AFC East champs. Here we go. NFL.com. They've got Buffalo Bills unanimous pick. Any pushback on that?
I totally agree. Miami's not ready.
Miami's not ready. Here's a real question when it comes to AFC
Jets ain't
East.
ready.
Do we think
Pats ain't ready?
Now, I do think the Pats are going to give be a stickler.
I
in
do
the
too.
AFC East.
Eventually, because the coach, he's back. I mean, he's a Patriot at heart.
You got two things that play
Played for him.
You got a coach that people respect, and you got a quarterback who could be a real threat coming up. But
I think fire Peppers like that.
They did get rid of him. Now he's had a interesting tenure in New England.
He didn't even know he was going to get fired.
I wouldn't have been opposed to bringing him in and kicking the tires on Jabril Peppers. I really wouldn't, just because he's from a football perspective and from a depth and just veteran aspect in that secondary. I wouldn't have had a problem. Were you surprised they got rid of Izzy McQuamu?
Sort of, yeah, but it was numbers game.
This
is pure numbers, man.
It is a numbers game. All right, I say Buffalo. I'm with you on Buffalo. You with Buffalo on the AFC East there, Trevor Beck?
Yeah, I think the Buffalo. Did y'all see those new jerseys they put out too?
The icy whites?
That looked good, man. I dug them. I'm about it. I think the helmets are a little odd, but the all white looked dope.
This is a. Do we wonder why Josh Allen doesn't get the same heat, or does he get the same heat as Lamar Jackson? Or is it a combination of both? Or is it just what argument do you want to make?
I guess I think it's just a different kind of heat because again he got better last year, and I think that's why a lot of people wanted him to win the MVP. So,
and you can only win so many. I mean, look, you can only give out so many different MVP awards. I mean, I think we're all kind of. I mean, Lamar's already won 2. Unless he goes out and runs for, unless he goes out and throws for 5,000 and rushes for $1,000, I don't think he's going to win another MVP for a while. Just because now we're on the look. We've given you 2 MVPs. Yeah. Now you need to go out and win some playoff games.
Win a Super Bowl.
But Mahomes is Jordan and all these guys.
Yeah,
like that's the part that we can, that they tend to forget. Like he's Michael Jordan, all these dudes,
and they give the MVP to Karl Malone, but Michael Jordan still wins the championship.
I mean that's the reality of it. Speaking of which, AFC North, the NFL.com is picking the Baltimore Ravens to win that division. Meanwhile, Cincinnati is picked second, but they were a close second to the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, I have to agree with that.
Yeah.
Because until proven otherwise, Cincinnati's defense is going to hold them back.
As I was, I misread that. 26 people voted for the Baltimore Ravens. Only 3 voted for the Cincinnati Bengals. Yeah. That's what it was. I misspoke. They were the Bills were unanimous picks to win the AFC East. Baltimore 26 out of 29 votes. Cincinnati got the 3. So that makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, over in the AFC South, you've got the Houston Texans got a pick. Or picked to win. Jacksonville, and then the Tennessee Titans actually had received a vote to win the AFC South.
It's Houston's to lose. Texans to lose.
Yes.
The Texans are an interesting group when it comes down to what Bobby Sloak was Mr. This guy's going to be a genius, and then last year they booted him out and couldn't do it fast enough. All right, that you went and raided the Los Angeles Ram tree, because that's what you go do. Mm-hmm. All right. C.J. Stroud took a little bit of a step back last year. Obviously, his offensive line was not great. He kind of got a little bit of the yips as the year went on because my man was getting beat down last year. And this is be an interesting season to see. Now, look, you still got to an AFC divisional playoff game, right? And he outplayed Justin Herbert in the wild card. Mm-hmm. So there's something to be said for, hey, didn't have the best year, still got to the AFC playoffs. Not to mention, the AFC South is just a wonky division. I mean, if we're being honest, that's a funky division. You don't expect anything. I mean, the Jaguars, this is the 20-year gift that keeps on giving, all right? And I will say this. I do think if Trevor Lawrence can't break through with Liam Cohen, I don't know that he ever will. I just feel like with Trevor Lawrence, I've said this time and time again, Trevor Lawrence is this generation's Alex Smith.
I thought he was this generation's Jar Jar Binks.
Wow.
Google it up.
Okay.
Google it up. They look like twins. They're twins.
I'm not a Star Wars guy, but I do know who that is. The reason, and I've said this before, the reason why I think he could be this, why I think he's this generation's Alex Smith is if you look at Alex Smith in the first 6 years of his career, he was in no man's land. This was San Francisco before Jim Harbaugh. And it was a disaster of a first 6 years, but when he finally got Norv Turner, things finally started to turn around for him a little bit, and he showed, hey, this guy can be a serviceable quarterback in the National Football League. I think Trevor Lawrence can be that guy, but when you look at what this poor bastard's had to go through for the first 5 or 6 years of his career, it's been a you-know-what fire. So anyway, but we'll have to wait and see. That's it, man. No, it's eerily similar. It's eerily similar when you look at those two guys. But I don't disagree. I think the Houston Texans will win this division. But I think the Jacksonville Jaguars, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down to the final week of the season. I think Liam Cohen is going to get these guys playing this upcoming season when it comes to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Hey, I want Jacksonville to have a good year because I really like Jordan Lewis, and that's where he went.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Jacksonville's an interesting team for a couple of different reasons. One, Liam Cohen. Two, will Trevor Lawrence ever be that guy? And you've got some pieces on that offense, man.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Thomas Jr.
You got Brian Thomas Jr. You got Tank Bigsby. You got ATN. If he's ever going to come around? And then, oh, by the way, you got the question mark of all question marks in can he make it happen at the next level? And that's Travis Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we know
That's
this guy. We've never seen anybody do what he's trying to do at the NFL level.
Let him try. All you have to do is pitch count, basically snap count.
You saw Deion do it for a little bit, all right, but even Deion said there was a reason why he only did it for a year.
They never threw at him.
He
was like bored on defense.
And that was I think it was in San Francisco because plus they had a bunch of receivers get hurt that year. So
no, he did it here with the Cowboys.
That's what it was.
Michael Irvin was out.
That's what it was. Meanwhile, but he did it out of necessity, right? He did it out of necessity. Like Deion could, and he was just a freak of nature, so he could do it. Travis is trying to do it. Like he legitimately wants to play.
He's doing it like
both
Shohei Ohtani.
There you go.
Pitching.
So that's the $1 million question. All right. Meanwhile, AFC West, we'll wrap this thing up. AFC West, no surprise here. Chiefs. Some people have got the Broncos and the Chargers. You guys know where I'm at on this. We all agree. Chiefs. Boom. And then in the NFC, you've got the Eagles. As the favorite?
No.
Okay.
Nobody repeats since 2004.
Who do you like? Commanders?
If it's not, it's going to be Commanders if it's not the Eagles.
No, you guys both like the Commanders doing that. I'm going with the Cowboys. Meanwhile, in the NFC North.
It'd be nice.
10 wins, baby.
It'd be nice.
I will slap you. NFC North, stop me if you've heard this before, Green Bay Packers.
Yep.
I mean, you throw Mike on.
That just helps the separation. Because I thought Minnesota, a new quarterback. JJ might be good, but we don't know.
We don't know.
And then Detroit lost their coordinators.
Lost a lot.
The Bears ain't.
They're
otherwise.
You've got. I mean, the thing about the NFC North is every Detroit, Chicago, and Minnesota all have huge question marks.
Yes, they do.
All right. Green Bay doesn't.
No.
Green Bay doesn't.
They didn't need anything. They added Charles Haley to the squad.
But you
want to talk about the pass rusher.
I'll say this when it comes to this Green Bay team. There are no more excuses for Jordan Love.
Nope.
By adding Micah Parsons, you are now saying to Jordan Love, it's Super Bowl or bust. Like you have zero reasons not to get us to. We've given you everything. You got receivers. We went out and got. Hell, even Aaron Rodgers is saying to himself, "Y'all never gave me a wide receiver in the first round."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was his big gripe.
I
needed a wide receiver in the first round. Oh, now you're going to give Jordan Love one. Okay. In consecutive years, you've gone out and got a first-round wide receiver. You've gone out and get maybe the best pass rusher in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You went out and got one of the best running backs in the NFL last year in Josh Jacobs. If you're Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers, what else is there left to do? Go out and produce. Huge question marks over there as far as can they go out and do it. NFC South, Tampa Bay. I don't think there's any question. I don't think we have a lot of. I think it could be a 2-team race between them and Atlanta. Interestingly enough, one person did have Carolina winning the NFC South. Are they?
What were they drinking?
maybe a deep sleeper, okay, but I think it's going to be a two-team race in Tampa Bay and Atlanta. I do like Tampa to do it. And then in the NFC West, they've got the Rams winning it.
I can see that.
San Francisco with 10 votes. I'm going to say this, though. I wouldn't
Arizona?
be my sleeper? No.
Seattle?
Seattle.
Yep.
Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling
I
you,
can see that.
Mike McDonald over there, I'm telling you, that defense, and Sam Darnold, I think, look, last year he learned something. A, he learned he could do it, but B, he learned, all right, this is where you got to fix things, because those last two games, he was a disgrace in those last two games. All right, well, Trevor said something about the college football quarterbacks he watched yesterday. We'll recap a little bit what we saw with our boy Arch Manning, as well as we'll take a trip around the entire DFW on what we saw, all things college football yesterday. Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. This is 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
We've got to always look out for new ways to interface with the community, new ways to grow our products and services, new ways to serve our clients and our members' needs and our providers' needs. This is an example of looking outward. Hello, my name is Jim Springfield. I'm the
or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
This next segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, we don't have a breaking news sponsor right now, but maybe we should after everything that's gone on over the last 72 hours. But just like that, your Dallas Cowboys, and the CA would say no surprise here from the playbook of one Jerry Jones, but your Dallas Cowboys have made a move today as cornerback Deron Bland now has about $92 million to say, Mama, we made it.
Good for him.
You know what?
$50 million guaranteed. He's a good guy.
No, Deron Bland. And you know what? This dovetails beautifully with something you said earlier in the show, CA. Deron could definitely be one of those team leaders on defense.
Yeah, he's not that vocal, but he's a great guy, and they respect him. Because he's not that vocal,
but he speaks when he needs to, and he's one of those guys. He's that type of leader that when he speaks, you listen. All right, I've had he spoke a couple times at the end of last year, as we were getting kind of into the dog days of the season, and you already knew that the team wasn't going to make the playoffs. Deron and was very. Look, I'm not letting my contract be a distraction. We're going to go out. We're going to try to win these last few games, even though we'd been eliminated from postseason play, that sort of thing. And so you like a guy like that. He was on with G-Bag earlier this year during training camp as well. And so he's a very measured dude. And, the thing you like about a guy like a Deron Bland.
He doesn't run.
What's that?
He doesn't run away from stuff.
Doesn't run away from anything.
He's accountable.
And he's a fifth-round guy, okay?
Yes, he appreciates the opportunity, the moment, and the whole 9 yards.
And again, I'm not saying that to try to juxtapose that with other players that are no longer Dallas Cowboys, but when you've got a guy who's started at the bottom, dare I say now
started
they're here.
At the bottom, now here.
All right, because he started from the bottom and he is now here. All right, and he's one of the best defensive cornerbacks, or one of the best cornerbacks in the National Football League. And you're going to earn his average salary now is $23 million, sixth highest paid. This is according to Albert Breer from NFL.com. He's going to earn that $23 million this year.
Oh, yeah.
Because let's call it what it is. Even though you've added Kenny Clark, there's still question marks along that defensive tackle line, but there's plenty of questions in that secondary.
As a matter of fact, in training camp and OTAs, they were moving him around to the slot.
Yes.
Because they need him to play everything. Going into a contract year, last year of his contract, making $5 million, it's like, okay, will he even play the slot? Well, first of all, like you mentioned, he's a quality guy.
Yeah, he is.
He's going to go wherever he's needed. Somebody's got to replace Jordan Lewis, but also, in other words, he's not one of these guys that, no, I'm a left cornerback and I'm playing on the left side. That's not him at all. But he is extremely talented. He didn't do much last year because he had a stress fracture in his foot, missed most of the season. And then he came back too soon and it was bothering him. He had to shut him down again. In 2023, though, led the league in interceptions with 9, set an NFL record, taking 5 of them back to the house, pick 6s. So you had him. Here's what's wild. He and Trayvon Diggs have barely played together yet because one of them was always hurt. Well, right now, Trayvon Diggs is hurt, but he's supposedly ahead of schedule, and maybe you have both of them back there.
He's saying week 2.
Yeah. He's available. He's not on the PUP list. So it's like this. You need that because the secondary is so up in the air because you don't know what you have, and you don't have to worry about Deron Bland right now because guess what? He's there. He's available. He can play various roles in that secondary, even if they had to play some safety. He's big enough to play some safety if you had to do that. So he's almost like a Swiss Army knife, and the money was there. And I was saying this to you before we went on the air on the break when we found out about the contract. I said, this is what the Cowboys do. This is what Jerry and Steven do.
Yeah.
Soon as there's one drama on some money, somebody else gets rewarded with some money. And I'll give you the latest example. It happened when they traded away Amari Stewart for a 5th-round pick. I mean, Amari Cooper for a 5th-round pick to Cleveland. It's like, what the F, right?
Yeah.
Immediately, they signed Michael Gallup, who was in the hospital, in his hospital bed, and gave him big money. It's like, nothing against Gallup. Love Gallup. Again, he's in his hospital. Nothing against Deron Bland, but it's like they immediately do that. They gave Jalen Smith money.
Yeah.
Waiting on Zeke. You know what? We're open for business. Jalen, you want some? Jalen, yeah, come on. I'll take that money.
No, you're
So
exactly
they do
right about
this all
that.
the time.
And you do, and it's funny you say that because they do it with and look, no one is going to push back on Deron Bland getting paid.
No, nobody.
Right?
Is.
I mean, again,
Nobody is.
he's been a good dude. He's now obviously last year was rough. Misses the first 10 games. Didn't have any picks last year, but 2 years ago had one of the best. Broke the record for most pick sixes in the season.
Okay, so this brings up the interesting dilemma though, because now that you've signed Deron Bland, and remember they still have cap space, and as they put it, well, we were going to give a bunch of this money to Micah, right?
Yeah.
They always make it seem like it was going to be an immediate cap hit. No, the way they can structure these deals, it could be backsided in the contract. And like I said, the cap goes up significantly every year. So don't listen to what they say. But here's the dilemma, though. The other guy that you want to pay is a guy named George Pickens. He's a wide receiver, right?
Yeah.
Guess what? He's like the missing piece on offense because you don't have a real running back, right? So you got to have two wide receivers.
No.
And guess what? If they're winning, he should be happy. He and CD are friends, so they're not going to argue about who gets the most catches. But don't be losing a lot, because in George Pickens, you don't know what you got, right? As far as volatile, right? It's more than that. Do you know who George Pickens' agent is?
Well, there's the $1 million.
There's a guy named
conundrum.
David Mulligetta who you don't want to talk to, Jerry. How are you going to get that deal done,
Although
Jerry?
he did say during, I thought this was an interesting, and I think it was, don't give me a line. I thought it was Nick Harris. It might have been Joe Hoy. I can't remember who asked this during the presser on Thursday. How was that going to affect negotiating with Pickens? And and Jerry, being the astute businessman that he is, well, he's not fragile, because you can't be fragile. I'm not fragile. So I think it's going to affect how we do business moving forward.
Put it like this. He's talking about Pickens because he's always trying to protect the player so he can smooth it. And he's going to hope that Pickens.
Well, no, he was talking about Mulligetta. He said Mulligetta wasn't fragile.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
Yeah, no.
No, he's not fragile at all.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. He said, because they asked him what was his relationship with Mulligetta now that this had happened, and he said he's not fragile.
He's
which is high praise coming from Jerry.
But look what it took to get there.
Well,
because he was trying to blame Mulligetta.
But you know what? And you said this already. Mulligetta won that negotiation.
He did.
Okay.
There's no question. Otherwise, the Cowboys had a plan B. They didn't have a plan B because they didn't expect to lose him.
Is that Jerry who realized, you know what? Maybe I do got to give this guy his flowers, as the kids say.
Exactly.
And Jerry's not going to come out and say it.
But that's his way.
But that's his way of doing it.
Yeah, that's a tell,
Yeah.
as they say in poker. That's a tell. Because in all seriousness,
because Jerry's still a businessman.
He's still a businessman, and he knows he's got to go deal with him again. And he might have dealt with him wrong this time. He really did.
He absolutely did.
He talked because he lost the deal. Jerry was talking. I got 3 years to get Micah signed. Don't leave no sleep over it. And Mulligetta said, "No, you don't."
And
Jerry is smart enough to know. Okay, I got to come at this a whole different way.
Yeah.
That way don't work no more.
That didn't work.
It did not work.
That didn't work. And even at 83 years old, Jerry is still shrewd enough to say, and again, to your point, Jerry had to do his quote-unquote victory lap
Oh, yeah,
at the press conference.
Because, again, as I said this early this morning, the Cowboys didn't trade Micah to Green Bay. Green Bay traded for Micah Parsons with the deal already in place.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen if the deal wasn't already in place. That explains why. Like I said, how do you wind up trading him to one of your arch rivals? Why do you do all the? You got to trade because they weren't planning on trading him.
No,
there was no other offer that could beat what David Mulligetta talked Green Bay into doing.
So right now, the way it stands, you've got. We both agree we don't think it's going to be Trayvon Diggs starting on Thursday,
Correct.
nor should he. But right now you've got Kyer Elam, Deron Bland, Reddy Stewart, who you picked up from waivers, C.J. Goodwin, Trequezie Bridges, who you picked up from the Chargers, and then Trayvon.
By the way, anybody mentioned Kalen Carson? He's on the IR.
And he's on the IR as well, so obviously he's not going to be ready. You won't see him for
C.J.
at least 4 or
Goodwin,
5.
he's more of a special team. He's the captain of special teams. He can play corner or whatever, but he's a special teams guy.
So do we think this Trequezie Bridges is going to be starting at corner? It's going to be him or Reddy Stewart.
by default.
That's kind of wild, isn't it? I mean, the fact
Very
that you're bringing in two dudes that you know, I mean, yeah, you might have liked them from another team, but that's who you're going with to be your. I mean,
against top flight wide receivers for Philadelphia with new Super Bowl rings, shiny new Super Bowl rings, and a quarterback that can throw and tush push.
So, interesting, bold strategy, Cotton.
See if it works out for him.
Let's see if it works out for him.
Yeah, 10 wins, right?
No, you know what? 17 games, man. Okay. Oh, I mean, look. By your rationale, Arch Manning might as well be a backup.
Can I tell you why I don't see it?
That's right.
Can I tell you why I don't see it?
Two can play this game.
You didn't get my rationale, though.
Two can play. We'll get it in the 1 o'clock
hour.
Okay,
let's get it then.
Let me say this right now. I've said it all summer. They're not built right. If you look at the Cowboys, 12-5, 12-5, 12-5.
Yeah.
This is how they win. You have a legit running game, whether it was Zeke or
Tony Pollard. Yeah.
Whoever starts, those two tandem. That was a legit defense coordinators had to account for that run game.
Yeah.
You also had to have, this is the key, a defense, Dan Quinn's defense, predicated on creating takeaways. When Dan Quinn first got here, the Cowboys, there were analytics guys saying, well, takeaways, that's not something you can analyze. It happens sometimes. It's so random. No. Dan Quinn made it a point. His defense is create takeaways. And guess what that did for the offense? It allowed Dak to have short fields to work with. Yeah. It allowed the defense, his defense, to rest up. You also had Anger who could kick the ball, punt, and flip the field. And you also had your kicker, Aubrey, who could make those field goals. So 12-5, 12-5, 12-5 is based upon this is how you make it Dak friendly. And it wasn't just the wide receivers. Dak is not Mr. Power Arm quarterback. He's not insane arm talent. No. He's a very smart guy, which he knows his arm is not going to make that bullet pass to win the game for you. So he has to make sure the secondary is not flooded. So you had to have a legitimate run game to get in that box half the time.
Right.
They ain't in a run game. And they don't have a defense, as far as we know, they're not predicated on takeaways. In fact, they were so good at taking away the ball. The defense, the offense, Dak and Tank were having bets on how many he's going to score the touchdowns.
Now, I will say this, though. Eberflus's defenses are good at taking the ball away, right? I mean, it's shown a propensity in the past. He had one of the better takeaways ratios, turnover differentials when he was in Indianapolis, okay? A little wonky in Chicago.
And he's back here again.
He's back here again.
But I'm just saying, it's got to happen like that.
No. I'm with you 1,000%. That's the aspect of, and we talked about this, me and Blake did the other day, is can you be, and I think this is what they're counting on, and we'll get more into this, but this is where I think they're getting into with Eberflus is, look, we're not going to be putting up eye-popping stats, all right? But what we do is we've got a collection of guys that we can scheme up and say, all right, you want to get to the 20s? Put up numbers through the 20 offensively, sure. But we're gonna be a bend don't break. We're gonna get after the quarterback, and we're gonna go after turnovers because that's the great equalizer, as you know.
It is.
All right, you can give up all the yards in the world, but if you can create turnovers at key moments, suddenly that defense doesn't look so bad after all. Because you know what, you can put up all the yards in the world, but if you're only holding them to 17, 18 points, that's a game changer.
Bottom line is this too: on that defense being as good as they were, the Cowboys would always defer when they won the coin toss because they knew their defense was going to get a 3-and-out or whatever.
Or turn the rock.
And so that's why they did that all the time.
Yeah.
So I don't see that right now. I don't see them being as Dak friendly as possible. It's like, we're going to have to lean on Dak more. And guess what? That's not how he plays.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, they gave him the weapons. We'll find out.
No, gave him weapons as receivers. They didn't give him a running game where the box can give him one-on-ones in the secondary. They haven't done that. And so, again, he's not going to, like, Tony Romo was throwing Dez Bryant jump offs because Romo had insane arm talent, but Dez also would jump up there and get it. Well, guess what? Pickens can do the jump ball, but will Dak throw it to him like that? Does he trust the receiver to get it and not give it up?
It looked like it in training camp, but again, as you know, training camp and real games are a different story. And I'll get you out here with this. We've got CA Stories Confidential coming up next. Is their strategy or is their thinking this? We've got two of the best receivers in football. We got Jake Ferguson, who we expect to go back to 23 form, not 24 form. Okay, so all of a sudden now you got to plan for that. And we just need to be good, not great, as running backs. Just wonder, and we got
That's
an
what they're
offensive
hoping
line that can keep Dak upright. I think that's what they're hoping for. Time will tell. Where are you taking us next?
How about, I was talking to you about this yesterday. How about the time I brought the Cowboys to meet Michael Jackson backstage? Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? CarsForKids.org. That's Cars with a K.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you feel like you're playing whack-a-mole trying to keep your air conditioner working this year, the AC repair guys in your house every other day, let me recommend the On-Time Experts. You'll pay less to keep your system working because they take the time to correctly diagnose your issue and fix it the first time. And they offer a stay cool guarantee too. So call today and make your dollar go further with the On-Time Experts. Book your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
And Hoses of North Texas Police vs. Fire boxing event, Saturday evening, September 13th at the Credit Union of Texas Event Center in Allen. Watch North Texas police and firefighters square off in a battle of the badges, benefiting the families of fallen heroes. It's an awesome event for the whole family. Get your tickets today through Ticketmaster.com.
Welcome back in. It is The Fan on a Sunday. Jumped up on me. By the way, real quick, before we get to CA Stories Confidential, just breaking news all over the place, ladies and germs. Cowboys making moves today, naming their six captains. CD, no surprise. Dak on the offensive side of the ball. Check. And then Osa and Donovan Wilson on the defensive side.
I know.
And then our boy Brandon Aubrey. And I want to say Brian Anger. Was on the specialist side.
Teams, yeah.
So, I mean, you know.
And this is for the Eagles game.
No.
For the whole season?
Whole season.
That'll work.
Whole season. No, Shoddy's doing it different this year. As you alluded to, Mike McCarthy would do it week to week. Shoddy said, not so fast, my friend. All year long. And I don't think anybody had any problem with that.
That'll work. No problem with that at all.
All right.
Top of the hour, we're going to have Clarence Hill on. Long-time Cowboys beat writer.
Loaded 1 o'clock hour. Loaded 1 o'clock hour. Clarence Hill, who had some great stuff for us last week. Expect that again next hour, next segment. And then, of course, we got Jared Sandler at 1:20 as well. And then we'll get into a little more college football. And then we got some Rangers to get into. And then, boom, day's over. Where are you taking us?
Let's talk some Cowboys again. Appreciate you, Fred. Appreciate you, Trevor. Appreciate all Tell us allowing me to share some of these stories for all these years. Covering everything down here since 1980. And like I said, cover the Cowboys. Home and road games, training camp, everything since 1980. And you and I were talking about this yesterday. And I was talking about this with Eric Chiafalo yesterday. And I haven't told this story since the pandemic. And I did it at night. So I said, let's do it today. Way back when, in like 1984, Michael Jackson and the Jacksons were coming to town. And they were going to perform at Texas Stadium. It was the Victory Tour. Michael hadn't performed with his brothers in like 8 years. And he's the biggest thing in the world with Thriller. Thriller's out. And first stop was going to be Kansas City for a one-off at Arrowhead. And then the next 3 nights at Texas Stadium sold-out concert. Well, everybody in town was trying to get tickets to this concert, including Dallas Cowboy players. And I'm like, working at K104. I already know the sports stuff, sports hookups. Don King was the promoter for this concert against Michael's wishes. But he was the promoter. He was doing his family a favor. I'm talking about Michael, letting Don King do this. And I knew all the record company people. And how come Tony Dorsett, Tony Hill, Dennis Thurman, Dexter Klingscale, Robert Newhouse, they said they wanted to go. They wanted to meet Michael Jackson if they could. First thing I did was say, okay, let's pull this thing off. I'm going to try to get you guys over to where the Cowboys are staying. They're staying at the Anatole and the Tower. And I talked to the people and we hooked it up. Cowboys going to come over. So the hotel was swarmed with fans. It's Michael Jackson. Might as well say Taylor Swift nowadays. Same thing. Huge. We go over there, had to wait a little bit because the contact was like not in the room, and came down the elevator, got us up there. We go up there, we're meeting all the Jacksons except Michael. Michael's not there. He's at Texas Stadium doing a sound check. And we're like, oh, well, we can't stay here all afternoon. They got stuff to do too. They said, you know what? We're going to bring all you guys backstage. So, like, oh, got tickets and backstage. That night, we go backstage to re-meet some of the Jacksons. And again, these are the Jacksons telling us. Randy, Jackie, Tito, Marlon. Oh, yeah, you guys got to come backstage.
So wait, Tito didn't need to do a sound check?
No. I already done it. When I'm going to tell you about this sound check, it all ties into the story. There's a reason. Michael's a control freak.
Well, that shows his level of where he's at.
Oh, yeah. He didn't need the Jacksons at this point. He's
of course not. No, he's Michael.
So we go backstage. We meet Michael. And by the way, Michael, I've met him and them over the years. He is tall. The rest of them are not that tall. Michael has a deep voice, but he talks like this on the interviews.
That's wild.
He's got a regular voice. All of them got regular voice, but they talk like this on the interviews.
That's crazy.
So we're backstage meeting him, talking to him. And I was showing you this because they put it in People magazine. They put Michael on the cover because it's his victory tour. And read this that made it to People magazine. Just read it.
So this is the caption. Tough guys like Michael Jackson too. In July, several members of the Dallas Cowboys asked Chris Arnold, sports director of radio station K104-FM, to arrange a meeting with the singer. So Arnold took Robert Newhouse, Tony Hill, Dennis Thurman, and Dexter Klingscale to a concert. When the Jocks joined Michael backstage, Jackson recognized safety Klingscale, 25, who had posed for a local paper dressed as Michael on the Thriller album a year earlier. Hey, that was you, Michael said, grinning. I thought it was me at first. Where did you get the clothes? Near the end of the half-hour meeting, Arnold, lacking any other paper, pulled out $1 for Jackson to autograph. Klingscale had the same problem, but Cowboys' salaries being what they are, he got Michael to sign a $50 bill.
He got a 50. So that's in the People magazine. Here's the kicker. At that concert, the reason Michael was at the soundtrack check is because he had a surprise. When he was going to perform Beat It, he was going to surprise everybody with Eddie Van Halen. Eddie Van Halen, for those who don't know, does the guitar solo in Beat It. He does a solo. Van Halen was in town because that was a Friday night. Van Halen's at Reunion Arena on a Saturday night. And then the Jacksons again on Saturday and Sunday. He said, I can do a Friday night. So Eddie Van Halen was there. This was the one and only time they ever performed this song together.
Was here in Dallas.
Never, not in the award show. They didn't even do it in the studio together.
No, they didn't.
Eddie did it separately, and they sent it in to Quincy Jones. And again, this, what you're listening to, happened live at Texas Stadium. We were there. It was phenomenal. And I got one more for you. That same weekend, because I was there for every show, backstage, hanging out. Prince was there too.
No, he wasn't.
He was there. He did not perform.
What was he doing there?
He was on the stage watching. At that time, they weren't arch enemies yet. And so he was there. They invited him. They said, yeah, come on. He was there, and he was looking because he's trying to figure out how to make himself even bigger too. And so it's like, Prince was there too.
Get out of here.
Swear to God.
So he's just hanging out, just one musician admired another.
But he was by himself, alone. A lot of people didn't see him, but he was there.
I'll be damned.
So anyway, Eddie Van Halen turned it out. Michael Jackson, you might find the video of them performing together on YouTube. And I took the Cowboys backstage to meet Michael Jackson. It's one of those things.
The fact that Michael Jackson recognized Klingscale from just, I mean, think about how many people that dude sees on a daily basis and just randomly remembered him.
This is what
That's
really
crazy.
It wasn't he remembered Klingscale. He remembered that picture being in the paper. And when he saw that, somebody showed him the picture, he said, he glanced, he thought it was himself. He didn't know it was Klingscale until Klingscale said that was me.
Okay. Just, I mean, but that goes to show just what a recall that guy's got.
He's sharp as
No,
a
and it's
tack.
funny you say that, too, because, I mean, watching him when he did the, what was it, the This Is It documentary, the last one he did when he was supposed to do that.
Stickler for detail.
That dude.
Yeah.
Again, maybe a little different on the outside the edges, but when it came to his craft,
Newest stuff.
I'll tell you what, still the GOAT. I don't care what anybody says. All right, we've got a loaded 1 o'clock. Now, we're taking you till 2:30, okay? We are taking you till 2:30. We hand the broadcast baton off to Jared Sandler and the crew as they go for the sweep in Sacramento at 2:30. But coming up next, we got Clarence Hill, we got Jared Sandler. We'll put a little final bow on the college football talk at 1:40, and then 2 segments before we take you to Rangers baseball. So, Clarence Hill coming up next. Don't go anywhere. That's the one, the only CA. I'm Fred. That's Trevor.
Turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven
A&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the program happening right now. That's the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. I'm Fred Davis. I got a boy Trevor Beck.
Got you down.
Behind the glass, the 1, 2s, and 3s. We will have Clarence here in just a little bit. He's doing his thing over there on DLLS, so stand by for that. But like I said, once he frees up from them. Because, look, the media, it is a busy, fluid morning. And now we are into the afternoon portion of it. But as you alluded to, Chris, these Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones has already said it's a soap opera to him.
Yep.
His words, not mine. His words, not mine. It is a soap opera. And as you guys have alluded to on the Twitter line, as you have alluded to on the text line, as you have alluded to here on this program today, and as Chris Arnold so succinctly pointed out less than an hour ago, we kicked Micah to the curb. His words, not ours. Guess what? Deron Bland, here's $92 million. Boom. This is what we do.
Boom.
This is what we do. Let's shift the narrative. Let's talk about how it's always rainbows and unicorns at the Star. Something has to happen. Okay.
Flooding the zone. And by the way, Shoddy just named some captains. You've got CD. You've got Dak. No surprise there. Osa, not a huge surprise there. He did just sign the big contract. Donovan Wilson, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Okay. The locker room loves him. Defensive guys love him.
They do. You're not wrong about that. I would have thought maybe Deron.
There's a void. No. Deron, don't get me wrong. He's a little bit more quiet.
Yeah.
Dono is out there mixing up a little bit more, even with the defensive line guys.
Worries me a little bit in coverage, but that's another story for another. We'll get to that later on. But then you've got Brandon Aubrey as well as our boy Brian Anger. And I'm almost positive about that. Let me double check. Don't quote me on the Brian Anger thing just yet. Hold on. We'll do it here in a second. By the way, just one more thing.
Is CJ a good one?
No, it wasn't CJ.
Okay.
It wasn't CJ.
He has been the captain.
Let's see here real quick. There we go. Here it is. Tell you what.
Anger?
If you're going to crown him. It is CJ Goodwin.
Oh, there you go.
It is CJ Goodwin.
Because he's always
if you're going to crown him.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's CJ Goodwin and Brendan Aubrey are the special teams captains. So, there you have it. By the way, and I know our boy is all things Dallas Mavericks, and you guys know how I feel about this year's Dallas Mavericks team. Mm-hmm. I'm pumped. You should be too. Mm-hmm. All right. Have you seen the latest Slam cover with our boy?
Who's on the cover?
The Cooper Flag.
Look out!
Saying
yes, I saw that. Yeah.
Saying what pressure?
Right.
What pressure?
Right.
Man, I was fighting with somebody at the gym the other day. I told him, I said, look, it's going to be a 3 or 4 seed in the AFC West in the Western Conference.
For sure.
They're
sleeping on the Mavericks. They got the whole depth thing. They got more depth than a lot of people in Oklahoma City. Is not a problem for this team. There's a move that the Mavericks made yesterday. They waived
stretch move.
They waived Omax because they wanted to make sure that they were able to
Dante and Brandon Williams.
Exum was the focus.
Yeah, Dante Exum.
Why that was made.
And again, Omax, we love him to death, but he wasn't. When they got Cooper Flag, where's Omax going to go?
Let's
he's
be
good,
real.
but he's not great. He's developing him.
The thing about Omax, you've had 2 years to show what you can do on this back. And last year was kind of
with everybody hurt, you could have had a chance. But he got hurt too.
He did get, that's the unfortunate part about it. Last year was the ultimate, if you're going to be a part of this franchise, if you're going to be a part of this basketball team moving forward, last year was the ultimate showcase year. If you were somebody, that's why Brandon Williams is a guy that I think they have such high hopes for in 2025.
Yeah,
right?
That he's pocket Kyrie.
And look, the thing about Jaden Hardy, he's my biggest what if in 2025.
Right.
All right.
Make that shot.
You gotta wonder. Now look, he's got a great contract.
Yep.
And
$18 million is friendly.
3 years, $18 million. I mean, that's tradable all day, every day. So anyway, just had to get a quick Mavericks.
Yeah. But the update was, Omax signed and Cooper Flag's on the cover of Slam magazine.
Pressure?
We got to talk about the Rangers a little bit later with Jared Sandler, and we're going to also talk some more Cowboys because I think we've got Clarence Williams.
Let's do it. The one, the only, one of the best. Look, we got 2 old heads in the house when it comes to talking all things Dallas Cowboys. Now, Clarence, you dropped some knowledge on us last week as to how this thing had turned personal. your initial thoughts. We've had about 72 hours to kind of digest, marinate, and think about what's gone on down these last few days with Micah getting traded. Kind of where are you at right now with where this Dallas Cowboy defense is in and what you heard from Jerry on Thursday?
Well, they're not better. Okay, you did not make your team better. You didn't give yourself a better chance to win, and I'm all about winning now. And it's been 30 years. Okay?
Yep.
It's been 30 years. This is a 30-year anniversary that goes, if you don't pay Dak and CD to win in 2 or 3 years. Pay with Dak and CD what you're paying them to win in 2 or 3 years, and you can, as he continues to try to compare it to the Herschel Walker trade, understand that the Cowboys were in a different place. They were 1-15.
Mm-hmm.
They were a young team. We didn't know what their future was, and it still took them 4 years to win. This team is supposed to be winning now. You don't invest in Dak and CD and the money they're investing to build for the future. You're building to win now. You need returns on that investment now. This does not help them get closer to that goal of the NFC Championship game or Super Bowl for the first time since 1995. You don't get rid of your best player, a generational pass rusher, for a nose guard. And Kenny Clark is a good player and a great human being, great family, and he's going to be solid. They're going to have the best defensive tackle tandem since Ratliff and Hatcher with those two guys. But tell me the difference-making, game-wrecking player the Cowboys have in that defense right now in the front seven. There's not one.
There's not one. And, Chill, I've been saying all morning that David Mulligata won the deal, and the Cowboys – proof positive, they didn't have a plan B. Jerry been saying for all summer long, he's got 3 years to work this deal, and he didn't. And the fact that that was the best that they could do, I don't think it was about them trying to do. I think it was David Mulligata saying, you know what? I got a deal that Green Bay's got already taken care of, and you can't even beat that if you shopped it right now. Mike is out of here. What do you think about that?
What's also true is Michael would have taken less than 47 to stay in Dallas.
Yeah, but it was about the years. It was about Jerry didn't want to come out for 5 years.
I'm talking about, but they could have done that. They didn't want to do it. It's just like they signed
exactly.
Your extension.
Exactly.
The idea that you wanted Michael to go 5 years rather than 4 years when Dak got 4 years, CD got 4 years, Bland has got 4 years.
Exactly.
He may have got 4 years, but Michael has to have a 5-year deal. This was personal.
Right.
Okay, this was certainly personal, and that's what it was. That's where it is. That's where it's going to be because Michael wanted to stay. Jerry wanted him to stay.
Yep.
I don't know if there's both sides are celebrating the finances of it. We didn't have to pay him, and we got our money. Both of them wanted to be with each other.
And that's how I knew that Mulligata won the deal because the bottom line was Micah is happy now to be in Green Bay, even though he wanted to be here. The Cowboys did not have a plan B in case he were to leave. Jerry I'm going to work this thing out. But guess what? He wouldn't come off of that 5 years. That's how you knew Mulligata won because Mulligata wanted 4, and he got the 4 year at another team.
Everybody got 4. Just like I said, Bland got 4.
Exactly.
It's not even – Dak got 4, CD got 4.
Yep.
Jerry wouldn't even negotiate with Mulligata, so that's still troublesome in itself. But the Cowboys are moving different.
Okay, so hang on, chill, hang on. Stick with this Mulligata thing because Fred and I were talking about this. He still got a client for the Cowboys. His name is George Pickens. How's that going to work out?
Well, I never thought they'd re-sign Pickens. No, it's not about that. You already paid CD at the top of the market. You want to pay another receiver? Pickens is looking for CD money.
Yeah.
Okay,
you're right. You're right.
Pickens is the number one with talent. He's looking for a breakout receiver, breakout season who can get CD money. He wants CD money. And he should want CD money. He's that type of talent.
Mm-hmm.
You look at him coming in the draft, if he didn't have the off-the-field issues, he would have been in the first round. Okay, he only dropped in the second round because of his off-the-field issues.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to clean himself up. He's saying the right things, doing the right things. He's been great so far, and there's been no controversy, no nothing, doing all the right things. He's trying to be a good boy so he can get paid. And I never thought the Cowboys would be able to pay him, regardless of who his agent was. If he has that type of year. And they double down and pay 2 receivers, like Cincinnati did. They still got to pay Tyler Smith,
mm-hmm.
who's part of that agency, but he don't have Mulligata's agent.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that you need to invest on defense.
Mm-hmm.
That's been the problem.
Agreed.
We spend all the money on offense and don't invest on defense. You have no problem paying Dak and CD, but the best player on your team the defense in the pass rush, a game wrecker, you don't pay who's the only one who's on track for the Hall of Fame right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't pay him. But you pay offense, but you don't pay defense. They have to invest on defense to be a complete team. That's what frustrates me. Well, they had Hall of Fame talent, and they had all these Super Bowl talent, and they got all these potential Hall of Fame. They were all on offense.
Clarence, you said something just a second ago that I thought was, I think you were about to jump into it, and maybe it dovetails with what Jerry said on Thursday night. By the way, I do appreciate you asking the question about, him on the fifth year. Did you say, hey, he was going to leave, play on the fifth year or leave? But you said, I thought you were getting ready to say something about how the Cowboys are getting ready to start moving different, and does that kind of dovetail with what Jerry said and made sure everybody knew that he said, hey, look, that's not to say that with these two first-round picks, these extra 4-round picks, or 4 first-rounders we got in the next 2 years, we might not do something now on a player.
Well, yeah, and that's what, like I said, do something different. I think Bland is a step in the right decision, getting him done, getting an extension with Bland. But if you really want to show me you're moving different, sign Tyler Smith, because he's going to be a top-of-the-market contract.
Yeah, he is.
Bland got decent money for a former fifth-round pick. He wasn't going to hit you over the head to have a market-setting contract. Tyler Smith deserves a market-setting contract. He's the best interior guard, one of the top 2 best interior guards or interior offensive linemen in the game. He's an all-pro. The market has been reset this offseason. It's his turn. It's his time, and that's what he's going to get as a free agent. And so just get it done. Don't play around with it. He's with Athletes First with the same agency as Mulugeta, but with a different agent. And so is Dak's agent with Athletes First. So it's not like they can't work with that agency and get things done. So you use this money. To me, again, it's about winning now. You can flip those picks, or you're going to do something to trade deadline. You're going to try to do something to win now. Cowboy fans ain't got no patience for the future. And, it's funny, I really literally just landed from Columbus. Okay? Literally just landed from Columbus. I went to Ohio State, Texas yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And I literally just got back in town for Columbus. And there are so many people, they're going to tank for Arch. They're going to sign Arch. They're going to use all these picks, move for Arch. Well, you think they're still going to do that? You got a quarterback, and people, and even if you did get Arch, if he was what he was, he's not going to win immediately. It's going to be another 10 years before we, have a chance, or 5 years, or 6 years, however long it takes him to develop when he gets here, because he's not going to come. No one comes in immediately and leads you to the Super Bowl. That doesn't happen.
Nope.
So do what you can with the people you got. You got a franchise quarterback. You got a franchise receiver, putting people around them to win now, because ain't nothing guaranteed, y'all. No picks.
Exactly.
Future players, you don't know what you're going to get. Look what Oakland got, or the Raiders got when they traded their market, their great defensive end. Yeah, nothing. None of those guys are still on the team.
Right. Again, they keep saying these picks. Those picks turned out to be Mozzie and Taco. Come on now.
Mozzie and Taco, Mozzie and Tyler Guyton. Let's be real about it.
All I know is this. That Jerry and Steven negotiate like it's the 20th century. The longer you wait, they think deadlines make deal. Well, in the 21st century, the longer you wait, the more you wind up paying, which handicaps you on what the things you're trying to get done. I think Howie in Philadelphia is running circles, Howie Roseman, around how to negotiate deals, how to get the best out of these players, how to make moves. And the Cowboys, like you said, are just doing, I think they're just doing it in the 20th century. They're just stuck in 20th century.
Yeah, well. Again, I'm happy for Bland.
Yeah, me too.
I don't think it's a good situation for the Cowboys to be without Micah Parsons going to the season opener against the Eagles.
Well, look, and we all agree on that. That being said, there's still a season to play. We're 4 days away from this thing kicking off. What is the latest? Have you heard about Tyler Guyton? We're guessing he's going to suit up maybe on Thursday. And then, look, we know that Trayvon Diggs is on the 53, but we don't expect him to play until probably week 2. All right, Duran's got his money. Kyrie's is gonna play, but who's going to be that third cornerback come Thursday?
Well, that's what we got to wait and see. I mean, and that's the question. I think it's ready. The guy that they're traded for, he's going to be the nickel corner. It's going to be Bland and
Elam.
Elam outside. And we'll find out that practice today, getting ready to go on the practice field right now, and we'll find out, how much Diggs and Guyton can do in practice because, today's a Wednesday, as Jerry will tell you. Tomorrow's a Thursday.
Yeah.
Today's a Wednesday, tomorrow's a Thursday. And so these are the important practice days to get ready for the Thursday night game against the Eagles. So I'm headed out there to practice and to the locker room. But yeah, we'll find out if they can do something in practice, give them a chance to play. If they can't do anything in practice, that's really not having had any reps in training camp, they're not playing.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
You don't wait for a game time decision on guys who have not done anything all offseason.
All right, get you out of here with this. Me and CA have talked about this ad nauseum, and like I said, I'm a Marty Schottenheimer guy growing up back in the day. What are your initial thoughts? I know we're only through training camp, and we'll find out more as the season goes on, but what's kind of your initial thoughts so far on Brian Schottenheimer?
He's a great guy, and he's great at the podium. He wins the press conferences. Can he coach?
That's it. We're about to find out.
We're about to find out.
Fair enough. He does win.
If they don't win, it ain't going. The message won't work.
No,
you got to back it up with some wins.
Clarence, great stuff from you as always. Tell the folks at home where they can find you at on all the socials.
DLLS.
First of all, Clarence Hill Jr. all together on Twitter. Follow me. You follow me, you get all of me. I'm not just a seam head. Clarence E. Hill Jr. on Facebook, if you guys are still doing that, Facebook. And, of course, Chill NFL on IG, Instagram.
Love it.
I'll see you out there in about an hour or so.
Okay.
Appreciate you jumping
Thanks,
on.
Jill.
All right, that's Clarence Hill. When we come back, we're going to switch gears. We just got done talking some Cowboys. Let's switch gears, talk a little bit about them Texas Rangers with our very own Jared Sandler. Don't go anywhere. It's 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo.
has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Users directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Appreciate that, Trevor the Creator. Let's jump out to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Courtesy of Blue Nail Roofing, the one, the only Mr. Jared Sandler, talking all things Texas Rangers. And Jared, look, I'm not going to say we told you so, but we said yesterday, let's have a chat tomorrow talking about a sweep. And here we are today talking about a sweep.
I just want to first mention that Tyler the Creator is from this area. Went to Elk Grove High School. So
okay.
Yeah, you mentioned Trevor the Creator. I just, I thought I'd bring that up.
Small world.
What'd you think of his last album, by the way? I haven't heard great reviews.
I have not listened. So I like Tyler the Creator. I'm not like in general in music. You can tell me, like, give me a song, and I couldn't tell you what album, any of it. There's only a few artists who I can identify music based on album. Just the way that I listen to, like, I listen to music on
Vibes?
Apple Music or whatever.
Okay.
What, on Vibes?
On Vibes? You strike me as kind of a Vibes guy. Is that what just whatever you're into that minute or what?
Oh, I definitely have an eclectic taste.
Okay.
But I grew up on 90s rap, so that's where my heart is. 90s rap and like some 90s grunge, like Pearl Jam, Nirvana. That's what I grew up on. But I do like Tyler the Creator. I miss good rap. I think a lot of the rap these days sucks. And I feel like I sound like my dad when I was younger, but I don't need to hear you rap about big booty H's. I'd rather, like, the storytelling rap to me is like, that's poetry. That's awesome. I'm a big fan of that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like hearing about a big booty H from time to time, but if you can weave it into a story, now we're talking.
Y'all need to listen to J. Cole.
J. Cole, there you have it.
He's an anomaly because just like you said, on the whole, everybody's talking about what you said, but J. Cole gets deep.
No, he absolutely does. And speaking of deep, we're deep into a playoff chase right now as we are 2.5 games out of this wild card spot. But tell me, and just look, my concern, Jared Sandler, is that you have, and I'm not, getting too profound here, but you've got a brutal stretch coming up with a Diamondback squad that's playing good baseball. Then you've got Astros, Brewers, Mets. After that, I'm just concerned that it's too tall a mountain to climb over these next 2 weeks.
Well, that's not unfair, Fred. The only thing I would say to that is what I typically say when we look at schedules in baseball, especially when you're playing well, it doesn't really matter.
That's true.
If you're a good team, and if you're not playing well, it also doesn't matter. The Rangers have had stretches where, heck, the Royals are. They're right with the Rangers record-wise, but the Rangers went 1-6 against them, right? Because when the Rangers played the Royals this year, both in Arlington and in Kansas City, they just weren't playing good baseball. And so, the Rangers coming into this series had split the first 10 games of the Athletics because earlier in the year when these two teams met, the Rangers weren't playing good baseball. So you're right. You're 100% right. The Rangers, this was a series they needed to take at least 2 of 3 if they wanted to be in this. And obviously, the opportunity to sweep is huge. But if they can keep doing what they're doing offensively in Arizona, then there's no reason why they can't, they can't get stuff done because the bullpen's really good. Now, the other thing I'll say, Fred, is that these 3 games were what is now the 3 best pitchers for the Rangers. Jack Leiter, Merrill Kelly, Jacob deGrom. So you start off Arizona with Patrick Corbin and TBD. Now, Corbin has been pitching a lot better of late, but, these are the 3 games now. When Leiter, Kelly, and deGrom pitch, you want to bank those wins because those 3 guys are your 3 best pitchers, in my opinion. I know Patrick Corbin got off to a great start. He's kind of tailed a little bit lately. So, at least when the Brewers come to town, or when the Astros then the Brewers and the Astros, Brewers and the Astros, right?
No, Astros and then Brewers.
Okay, so Astros and Brewers, you're going to start that series off with Kelly and DeGrom. And then you'll have Jack Leiter for the Brewers series. So, hopefully those guys give you great chances to win. And if you go 4-2 against the Astros and the Brewers, then you feel pretty good about that stretch.
So we know the math is still mathing. And are you also looking at the Rangers have a better chance to control their destiny as opposed to just wishing for other teams to lose?
Well, the 6 games against the Astros are where that really comes into play.
Correct.
Now, if Seattle overtakes Houston, then now you're directly chasing Houston for a wild card spot. But if you do your job against Houston, then you might help Seattle overtake Houston. So, either way, the Rangers, in all likelihood, if they do what they need to do against Houston, which at minimum is go 4-2, then they've got a really good chance to control their own destiny in that way. There's still, Chris, there's still so much baseball left that, the Rangers have it within their grasp. Now, they've got to do things like what they're going to try and do today, which is sweep the Athletics. They probably got to sweep another series or two, and
maybe
make sure
Cleveland
to
again?
maybe minimize. Yeah, at the end of the year, that will obviously we'll know exactly what they need to do at that point. That's the last series of the year. But the other thing too is, while I can sit here and tell you I think Houston's the best team in this or Seattle's the best team in this division, they're 3 games back of Houston. They seem to be scuffling a little bit. The Rangers are only 5.5 games back of Houston. That's not an easy mountain to scale, but you got 6 games against Houston. So let's say, again, 4-2. If you want to catch Houston, going 4-2 will help. Going 5-1, and you all of a sudden are 1.5 games back. So, I hate to say they need to go 5-1 against Houston because I don't know that they have to do that to make the playoffs. But gosh, you can go 5-1 against Houston, then all of a sudden things get incredibly interesting, not only for the wild card but the division as well.
Jared Sandler, Ranger Baseball, talking all things Ranger Baseball. How big? And I get it, they were up a handful of runs, but how big was Robert Garcia closing out the 9th last night?
Well, I think it's big because it just saved them from having to use a different pitcher.
Okay.
Let's say he was unable to complete his assignment. Now you got to get someone up. And, even if you didn't end up needing to go to someone else, just the idea of having to warm someone up with a day game today, you don't want to have to do that. Now, does this make me think that Robert Garcia is this team's closer? No. I think that, what we saw out of Sean Armstrong the other day is kind of an indication of how they're probably handling things. I think, Armstrong, Maton, Coulomb, are your guys, without one guy. But, Garcia's now had, I think it's like 5 straight scoreless outings, so he's looked a lot better. I don't think that, they needed last night to, feel confident about using him in his role. I think, to be honest with you, Fred, the fact that he pitched in that situation in a 6-run game, a 4-run game before Dylan Moore hit the 2-run home run, I think is an indication of kind of where they feel like his role is right now, which is, not in a super high leverage situation if guys are available and fresh, but a guy that can be a middle reliever and then pitch in a situation like last night.
How big is it that Corey Seager's only on the injured list and he may be able to come back from this appendix thing quicker than a lot of people thought?
Well, it would be big if he did come back. I don't know that we know a distinct timeline yet, but yeah, if they can get Corey back, that would be huge. Obviously, having Corey Seager in your lineup is, that's a difference-making, a difference-making addition. So, don't know, what his timeline is, but I know he's hoping to come back, and if he can come back and he's healthy, then he'd make a big difference.
Is after what Latz did earlier this week, and obviously with the horrible news about Evo, is Latz going to go ahead? And are we seeing probably more of a Latz give us 3 or 4 innings, and then we take hopefully a well rested bullpen to close things out moving forward?
Are you talking about for Tuesday?
Yeah, for Tuesday, and then obviously after, and then of course you'll have that huge decision on who's going to start the Milwaukee series on Monday.
Yeah, I think with With Latch, yeah, I think that's right now probably their best option. Tyler Malley, I think, is throwing a couple innings in a rehab start. Now, Tyler Malley's not going to be, at any point this year, back to being your typical, hey, let's 5, 6, 7 inning starter. Maybe he's a guy, though, that starts for 2, 3 innings. Remember, the rosters expand tomorrow, not to 40, but you can add 2 players. So you can maybe better stomach having a guy make a start at just 2, 3 innings. I'm not saying that that's Tyler Malley against Milwaukee. At some point, hopefully, they'd like to have him back. And same with Chris Martin, too, by the way. Hopefully that, happens sometime this upcoming week. But, yeah, I think that that's possible. Jacob Latz looked really good the other day. He's probably right now, I think, a 1 to 2 times through the order guy, just in terms of, the way that he's been stretched out, but also, where he's at with his effectiveness. So, I'm optimistic that, he can keep things going, building off of his last start. But, the other option is to just go straight bullpen, which is why I don't think they've committed to Latz, and whether it's Tuesday or after that, maybe if you've got a really fresh rested bullpen because Patrick Corbin deals tomorrow or, you don't have to use a lot of guys, maybe you can look at it and say, all right, Jacob, you're a 2-3 inning guy, right? You're just going to go one time through and we're going to straight bullpen the cred out of this. So I think they've got some flexibility and some options there.
And to take it full circle again, since we're talking about pitchers tonight or this afternoon on the mound, you got Jacob deGrom. What kind of deGrom do you think we can expect to see? I mean, we know he's had some soreness and whatnot, but what are you thinking is going to do out there?
Well, CA, if I knew, I'd be making lots of money doing some other things.
Yeah, but I was saying set the expectations for the fans, though. He's not going to dominate like he did in May.
Well, why not?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's coming into today's start with a 2.79 ERA. I think, there may be some questions given the workload this year, how much gas is left in the tank, but he's Jacob deGrom, and he's still, buzzing 99 miles an hour with a nasty slider. So, I feel really good about Jacob deGrom whenever he's on the mound. I know that he's so good that it's almost like if he does anything short of 7 innings, 1 run, it's like, oh, is everything okay with him? That's a testament to how good he is. But, yeah, I mean, I feel really good about Jacob deGrom and what he's able to do. He's kind of a middle-of-the-road fly ball, ground ball guy, although he has been giving up more home runs here recently. But that's, one thing at this ballpark where maybe you can get in trouble with a little bit of bad luck with, the ball flying. But, I feel good about Jacob here today. No Nick Kurtz in the lineup for the Athletics. No Shea Langoliers getting the day off. So, hopefully Jacob can help lead the Rangers to a sweep.
Good stuff.
Get you out here with this. You guys had a real nail-biter yesterday, your Trojans, 73-13 over Missouri State. Look, you guys play the Georgia Southern School of the Poor next week. You guys really don't play a real opponent until Purdue. Where are we at right now with the Fighting Lincoln Rileys?
Yeah, I'm glad that they won 73-13 as opposed to 43-13, but, I'm not going to take yesterday and think that, USC's back or anything. They got a gauntlet of a conference just in general, even if they got maybe a little bit of a slightly easier bag of opponents, they really should go, 5-0 probably to start the season and put themselves in a decent position. But I don't know if I believe in Jaden Mayava, so we'll find out. I do think that Lincoln Riley's got them going in the right direction. But I want to talk about the Longhorns because I know everyone's going to say Arch is overrated. He sucks. And maybe he is going to suck, but to me, I just saw a guy yesterday. I went back and I watched the game last night after our game. It was on replay on Fox or whatever. He looked like a guy who was just super nervous and a little rattled. He was, his off-target rate, I think, was 37%, which is the worst by a Texas quarterback in over a decade. That's not Arch Manning. I mean, if you want to take a one-game sample size and say he stinks and overrated, you can do that. I'm not saying he's like the second coming or anything, but anyone who thinks that yesterday's performance is an indication of what Texas is going to get the entire year, I don't buy that. Their defense is so good that they're going to buy him runway to get comfortable. Yep. I think it's still a definite college football playoff team, obviously. But I was a little disappointed in Sark. And my biggest question with Texas is not as much Arch Manning. Their receiving core to me looks kind of average, maybe above average. They're fine. They're not great. I'd like to see a consistent year out of Ryan Wingo. He's got the potential to be a stud, but to me, he kind of disappears a little too much. Not just yesterday, right? Arch wasn't throwing receivers open. He was missing open receivers, but I do wonder about that Texas receiving core as the year progresses.
I'm glad you said something, because I said that yesterday too, and I got hammered on the text line because I said, "Look, you lost two."
The text line's full of homers and people that just if you're texting in, then you want your opinion to be heard, and you probably got a strong opinion. No one texts in and be like, "Yeah, I can see that," or that's middle of the road take. People are passionate. They got strong takes. I've never had an opinion on the radio that hasn't been blasted by the text line. The text line hates me, so it is what it is, Fred.
But we love you, Jared, and that's all that matters. By the way, my home run pick for today is Adolis Garcia. So put that.
All right, I like it. Yeah, you've been swinging it well.
Put that in your hip pocket. Jared, great stuff from you as always, baby.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, baby, we like it raw. You know what I'm talking about.
Interesting.
I figured you of all people would appreciate that. Okay? That's it. That's Jared Sandlin for you. He's done. He's out of here. All right, coming up next. He said he liked 90s rap. Okay? He said he liked 90s rap.
Exactly where you're going.
I hit him with the 90s rap line. Okay?
Maybe he didn't know.
Maybe he didn't. Do you know? Texters, 877-881-1053. Do you like it raw? We'll bring it back to a little college football talk next. Don't go anywhere. It's 105.3 The Fan.
Make dinner worth more during DFW Restaurant Week. Stella
in your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
as our boy Gavin Dawson would say, to the Rangers Radio Network and get ready for a sweep, as it is a DeGrom type of day here in the DFW. Real quick, you know, with the internets and the social medias and everything else and the AIs that's going on in the world today, every now and again you like to see a little decency in the world.
Right.
All right. And sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't. In sporting events, we're starting to see a little indecency from time to time, and fan behavior leaves a lot to be desired from time to time. Now, I'm sure you've seen this week where the U.S. Open's going on, and you had the tennis player that gave his ball cap to the kid in the stands, and then that POS who was standing next to the child, grown-ass man, okay, snatches it.
Yeah.
Out of this poor kid's
The player reaches up, he's signing autographs, he takes his own hat off, he reaches up to hand it to the kid as he continues to sign autographs. He thinks he handed it to the kid, but the grown-ass man snatched it from the kid. The kid goes, hey, this kid's probably like 5 years old.
I think he's like 8 or 9. A little bit, still a child.
Kid.
Still a child.
Not a teenager.
Not a teenager, and still a child that a grown man, if he wanted to, could snatch out of this poor kid's hand.
And then put it in his wife's purse.
So we find out that this guy is a Polish millionaire. Okay?
Yes.
Kind of an oxymoron, but
goes
anyway,
all these tennis tournaments around the world.
Polish folks are something else. Okay. So.
Now let me say this too. This is what went viral. I mean, it had like 100,000 likes.
It's gone viral.
How dare this guy take this kid's his cap?
You know,
And by the way, the tennis player, like after the tournament, says at the press conference, "Can somebody find the kid for me?"
Which they did. Which they did.
Because he wanted to give him another cap.
He gave him another cap and took another photo op and signed it this time. So the kid made out all right. Now, that said, Mr. Polish guy.
Because everybody's trying to dox him now.
Oh, he's been doxed.
Mm-hmm.
He's been doxed, okay? However, this guy doesn't care.
What? He's not apologizing?
No.
Oh, hell.
No.
Why would we expect?
My man,
Oh, my goodness.
not only has he not apologized, doubled down.
No, he didn't.
Doubled down.
How you explain that away?
Quote, yes, I took it. Yes, I did it quickly. But as I've always said, life is first come, first served. If you were faster, you would have it. I remind you that insulting a public figure is subject to legal liability. All offensive comments, slander, and insinuations will be analyzed for the possibility of taking the matter to court.
He's trying to say the public is slandering him?
He's trying to threaten anybody that says something about him that he will take you to court.
Guess what?
My man, you did this in the
You can
US of A.
slander a public figure.
You absolutely can.
Because it's fair game.
Let me tell you something, bro. This ain't Poland.
You're a
homie.
public figure.
Okay? You are in the US of A.
Is
okay?
that that big of a deal? Like, I mean, are we really, like, why did he care to grab it anyway?
Because
Genuinely,
he's
a jerk.
Thank you.
We're trying to clean it up. He's a jerk.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Absolutely.
I just think that stuff's ridiculous.
Well, first of all, you're a coward. Okay, first of all, let's call it what it is. If you take something from a child, you're a coward.
A child.
Period. If you're a grown man and you take something from a child, you are a coward. Period. End of story.
Right.
All right.
It wasn't like he snatched it from another guy and they were both grabbing at the same time. No. This is a little kid.
He handed it to the child, and you snatched it out of the child's hand. And then to have the audacity to turn around and try to threaten people who, mock you and call you out for your cowardice.
Yeah, let me paint some more of this picture. You see this in the video. The tennis player reaches, like I said, the kid, all those guys on a rail higher than where he's standing. So it's not eye level. He takes his hat off, and he reaches up to hand it to the kid, but at the same time, he's working his way down signing autographs. So he hands it, somebody grabs it, he thinks it's the kid. So he's continuing to sign autographs. This jerk not only snatched it from the kid, and the kid's going, hey, and everybody's like, he not only grabs it, he then gives it to it, he stuffs it in his wife's purse. If he didn't think he wasn't doing something wrong, he'd still be holding the cap. No, he sticks it in his wife's purse. And both of them know, everybody around them is like, what the hell?
What are they doing?
What are you doing?
The tennis player was Kamil, and I'm going to butcher this poor guy's name, Kamil Majerzak, and the CEO is Piotr Serzik. Okay? Now, look, Polish folks, God bless them all. There's plenty of good Polish folks out there. There is a stereotype that they're not the smartest people in the world, okay? And I'm just going to give you a small example of how there may be some truth to that.
Oh?
So I was in the Navy with the guy. Piotr, actually, was his name as well. Polish cat, okay? Piotr, so in the Navy, and granted, this was 22, 23 years ago, give or take. I was in the Navy from 99 to 2003. Piotr was was in the same command as I was, okay? We used to take drug tests, regular basis, all right, back in the day. And you would, you'd go into the head and you'd have the whatever petty officer was there, and he would hand you your little urinal cup, and you'd go, or your little pee cup, and you'd go and you'd pee and you'd do your thing, boom, hand it back to him. And, they were whatever the name was called for, the person who would sit in there. Piotr decides, and Piotr, again, wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Piotr tells the guy, hey, I've been smoking weed. Okay? I don't know if and says it kind of in jest, like, hey, he's trying to be cool with it. Like, hey, I smoked some weed. I don't know if I'm a pacifist or not. Kind of wink, wink, nod, nod. Our boy's got to write that down. Okay? He's got to document this. He doesn't know you. You're just some random petty officer in a bathroom
your test.
handing out pee cups. Okay?
Yeah,
so,
you gotta know him.
Piotr says this, pees, comes back, writes it down, da-da-da-da-da. My man gets busted for admitting to smoking weed. Drug test comes back.
Dirty.
Clean as all get out. But
Clean?
because he said he had smoked weed, as per the U.S. Navy, my man gets busted. Okay? Just saying. Now, I was also now that said, we got to play both sides of the coin here. I was also in a school with a Polish gentleman. Couldn't have been a nicer guy. Ran a stolen car ring though back in Chicago, and we were in. I'll never forget as long as I live. We were in Pensacola. We had just left Chili's, and this guy was like an expert car thief. In fact, we were walking out. He was ready to steal a car in the Chili's parking lot to show me how to do it. And Fred was almost co-signed to do it because I wanted to see how it was done. And we were going to, joyride around Pensacola, but we did not last second. So anyway.
You didn't Gone in 60 second it?
Man, here was the funny part. The three of us are walking out. We're walking through the parking lot. And he's told us all these stories about how, and it's one of them things where, and look, anybody that's been in the military knows this. There's always one or two or three people that you run into, whether it's, wherever you're at, in school, the barracks, whatever, who have story after story after story, okay? And so this dude's talking about how he helped run a stolen car ring as part of this Polish gang in Chicago, okay? And it sounded good, right? I mean, he had these crazy stories, and you don't know these people, so, you just kind of take it for what it is. Well, sure enough, we're walking through a parking lot. I said, hey, could you steal this car? And my man broke down how he would have done it and said, if you've got a flathead screwdriver in your car right now, I will take this car. And at that moment, I said, you know what? I've heard all I need to hear. I believe you. I believe you. Sometimes seeing is believing, boys. And I was ready to have him do it, but he had told me enough, and I didn't want to get the poor guy in trouble, nor did I want to get in trouble either. And the rest is history. So anyway, anybody that's ever been in the military or just anywhere, there's always those guys that tell stories. Some are a little more audacious than others. My man was talking about a stolen car ring. After explaining how he was going to steal that Nissan Altima, I said, you know what? You might be onto something. All right. We've got 2 segments left to go. That is Chris Arnold. I'm Fred Davis. We've got our boy Trevor back. We're 30 minutes away from the pregame of your Texas Rangers taking on the Oakland Athletics for a 3-game sweep and getting that much closer.
Sacramento.
Chris Arnold, Sacramento, to a playoff spot.
Facts.
Lots to get to. Don't go anywhere. Final 2 segments coming up. This is The Fan on 105.3.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey iHeartRadio and...
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
it on 105.3 The Fan.
Final 2 segments of the show. A little 4.5-hour banger, boys and girls. And what a 4.5-hour banger it's been. The 3-time Hall of Famer, the one, the only, Mr. Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
I'm Fred. That's our boy Trevor, the creator behind the glass. What a phenomenal job. Trevor's been on a heater here as of late. Yeah. Trevor has been on a heater here as of late, and I'll tell you what, and our boy Jet Nelson is in the back there as well. What do we got? Jet and Dylon doing your Rangers games. Yep. Dylon Moore pulling double duty, unlike any other, maybe the first time in baseball history will you have a player on the field as well as running the production in 2 different places. Never been done before. Okay, so you got Dylon Moore, the Ranger. You got Dylon Moore, the 105.3 The Fan, specialty person, one of the best in the biz. So great job. We're looking forward to that. But I got to give a shout out once again. And I said this on Thursday. And look, you know this, CA, for all your years in radio. Look, we live for days like today, where it's just, hey, it's a Sunday morning. We're just shooting the breeze with you guys. We had a great college Saturday yesterday. We've got a tremendous NFL slate ahead. You've got a Rangers baseball team that's still in the thick of it for the playoffs. And we live for days like this. But you really live for days like Thursday. All right. Days like Thursday where you have breaking news, especially when it pertains to your team, your franchise, and it's breaking news that involves a great player like a Micah Parsons, okay? Because it's just, the news is all over the place, and there were a lot of nuances to the story. What side was it? Who were you on? Like, it wasn't people were mad. Some people were mad that Micah got traded. Some people weren't. So there wasn't a universal opinion as to how this thing unfolded, right? So days like Thursday are why you get into this business. I know we had a lot of fun on it. We talked 4 hours of Micah Parsons, which you may say to yourself, well, man, that's a lot to do. But when you have callers, opinions, and everything else, and how it factors into the team.
Levels.
Jerry Jones doing his thing with the press conference. I mean, there was just so much to it. And so on a day like that, you got to be nimble, not from just a behind the mic standpoint, but from a behind the glass standpoint as well. And so Jet and Trevor did an absolutely incredible job taking care of business behind the glass.
Yeah, and that day G-Bag was out at
They're out at Jake's.
At Jake's in
You
Frisco.
were out at Jake's.
I was out there too, and talking about being nimble, and the talk show hosts have to adjust what their conversation is going to be. Fan Phenom competitors had to realize that too. Should I talk about Micah?
Yeah,
Am
absolutely.
I good
you should.
enough to shift what I was going to talk about to something that's breaking news?
That's a great point.
Oh, it was huge.
That's how many people did it?
They had like 32 people competing.
Yeah.
That Thursday night. And I want to say maybe 8, which is the other guys, some of them did a good job with their topics that they had practice for. But if you think this is easy to just go on the radio and talk about anything, what about breaking news?
That's your deal.
There are actually news people, news anchors in local markets. They can handle the stories and what they put on the teleprompter. But if you got a breaking news situation, that's over their head.
That's where you make your money.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what separates the men from the boys, the girls from the women.
Yep.
Okay, got to include everybody. We're inclusive here on 105 The Fan.
If you can handle the breaking news and still do your job,
you got to. I mean, that's
shift gears.
That's
not easy.
That's the 2-minute drill of news.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody can. And I remember doing a show with Ted Johnson, and he had a great stat where 60 to 70% of all plays go off schedule as soon as you snap the ball.
Yep.
All right. And so what quarterback, I mean, again, anybody, when you're up by, and again, that's why we love high leverage situations for closers and big game performances. Breaking news is our big game performance.
It is.
Okay.
And a lot of news people, I'm talking about anchors, not the reporters, they can't handle it. And I was always amazed.
Handle the truth.
I'm like, wait a minute, the weekend guys can do college football scoreboards. They can do something breaking, whatever. But yet the news anchor can't say, wait a minute, this just in, and then all of a sudden deal with a breaking news story.
4 hours, and now that. 4 hours we've been doing this. Now he wants to turn the lights on with 10 minutes left to go in the segment.
Who, Carter Freeman?
Carter Freeman, apparently.
Oh.
4 hours we've been doing this. 4 hours. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Totally.
I got sidetracked. No. No, I don't know at the same time. Anyway.
If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can see this bright in the studio now, and that's what Fred is talking about.
That's what I am talking about.
The lights were dim. The lights were low.
They were low. But they're always low when I'm in here. So that's what I do.
It's called ambiance.
Damn right. That and I can't see. So there's that too. But we digress. But no, you're right. I mean, look, it was a great job
Thursday
all the way around by the entire staff. I thought G-Bag did a tremendous job, again, because you have to capture the moment of the emotion
and
of the moment when it's going on.
Yeah. You just don't do it for a minute and then go back to what you had planned and scripted.
No, you can't. I mean,
Not that big of a
and you
story.
have to be. And like I said, and of course, we tried to get a couple people on that night, and it was hard just because. And look, you get it because everybody is, especially from a local perspective. When you got the Clarence Hills of the world, the Calvin Watkins of the world, right? The Joe Hoyts, the Nick Harris's, like they've all got a job to do as well, right?
Yeah.
So when you got your beat reporters that are out there, beating the streets, trying to get different angles to the story and what have you, that's what you've got going on. And so luckily we were able to get RJ Ochoa, who came on, but again, he had to do his thing first, and then we got him on at 9:00, or I think it was 9:20.
Did you hear the Nick Harris story?
Which
beat writer for the
one?
Telegram?
Because you talking about the one yesterday?
No, well, the one when he went to the press conference. Cowboys called this press conference while he was trying to move into an apartment. He literally in this pouring rain. Remember, it was pouring rain that afternoon. I'm sitting on the tailway, stuck because I'm heading over to this deal. He was trying to move. He had to take the moving truck to the Star and park it out front.
Okay,
and then go in and get the interviews.
I knew he was moving. I didn't know he was doing that on Thursday as well.
Moving truck.
Nick Harris, by the way, you want to talk about a just pound for pound one of the best in all of DFW. Yeah. He joined us on Friday night as he was covering high school football on Friday night as well, and so we had him on as part of our mythical high school football show and did an absolutely tremendous job there talking about Frisco Heritage. Shout out Frisco Heritage. Duncanville, they play, I want to say Saturday. Did DeSoto, I want to say they played like a Georgia school yesterday. I got to see if they won or not, but I know they won the year before by like 70 or something crazy like that. But no, it's been a wild last 3 or 4 days, man, of sports.
Back, man.
College football's back, high school football's back, and then, of course, on Thursday, the National Football League kicks off in earnest with none other than your Dallas Cowboys. You're going to leave us for the last segment because you've got you got work to do. You've got work to do over there at the Star. Last but certainly not least, now will you be on air tomorrow? Correct?
Yes.
Because tomorrow's Labor Day. Tomorrow's Labor Day.
With all this stuff going on, we almost forgot tomorrow's Labor Day.
Man, it is Labor Day tomorrow. That's how knee deep we've been in this.
Right. It's a 10, right? You and Jake?
Me and Jake Riekman will be on for Sean and RJ.
Okay. So we've got a full day of...
there's going to be 2 Jakes. New guy Jake and Jake Riekman. New guy Jake.
Actually, but he's not producing for you guys.
He's not?
No.
Why did he say he was going to see me tomorrow?
He swapped out. He swapped out.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Larry will be your producer. Larry Legend.
Wait, Larry's doing the morning show?
Did I stutter?
Really?
So he must be doing the one for.
We've had 2 swaps
tonight.
We've had 2 player swaps
last night.
Exactly. This was a fluid situation yesterday at the pool party.
Jacob Ray said.
So Jacob Ray,
he said he was going to be in with me.
Who apparently Jacob Ray and Khaki Kev. Pool, or what am I trying to say here? What the hell's that game called? Beer pong champions, unseated, the legends, the champs were here. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy, who are legendary in these parts when it comes to all things beer pong, upset by the Young Guns.
Young Guns came in.
Jake Ray and Khaki Kevin beat them in beer pong yesterday. Blake and I played him in beer pong as well. I did not drink. You guys know I don't, but we still lost.
By the way, got a total text in and said DeSoto got waxed yesterday.
Did they?
They lost 70-28.
Oh, they put up. Their defense gave up 70. Yikes! New
year.
It is a new year. It absolutely is a new year. So we'll see what happened. Now, South Lake Carroll, they took care of business the other day.
South Oak Cliff did too.
And I'll tell you what. Now, South Oak Cliff, of course, being a 5A Division I, but I'll tell you what.
6A team.
They beat a 6A and they beat North Shore, which is no tall. Hey, you already know.
Usually against Duncanville.
Absolutely. So South Oak Cliff, and of course, South Oak Cliff plays Duncanville this week.
Yeah.
So you
their
want to talk
strategy-
about
their strategies? They want to play the big dogs early so they can then handle up 5A.
absolutely,
rest of the way.
absolutely. So we'll keep an eye on all of that. But anything we should be on the eye? Anything you're looking out for when you go out there to the start of the day? Just doing locker room interviews, or what you got going on?
Doing the pregame player profile, and you'll find out who I talked to.
You telling tomorrow? We gonna know tomorrow?
Yeah, because I'm gonna tape it today.
Beautiful.
And then we're
beautiful.
gonna put it back. We're gonna play it on the pregame show before the game against the Eagles.
Love it, love it. That's a
Just like
three-time.
clockwork.
That's a three-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold. Give him a round of applause. Wonderful job by you, my friend. Safe
You
travels
too,
up
Fred.
to the Star. Thank you, as always, my friend. Final segment. Trevor the Creator and I will take you out of here. Don't go anywhere. Final segment coming up next.
Football is back, and Underdog is the
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay. something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very...
Should I tell you, ooh, baby, I like it raw?
I mean, hey,
hey,
that's what I mean. That's
I'm him.
A pull.
I'm him. Speaking of him, you seen the movie trailer for that? Even though I know you don't watch him.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen him here.
Oh, that movie looks good.
It looks different, almost
that's Jordan Peele.
I know, but what I'm saying, I would almost go as far to say it looks different than what he would normally put out.
No,
because
it
it's very
eerie.
Yeah, exactly.
Eerie.
Like it's just kind of like what is he doing? What's going on?
Here? Like no, I can't wait. September 19th.
It looks like it's gonna. I don't know. Again, the sports tie.
That's what makes it exciting.
Really is.
My man Jordan Peele decided let's do a sports horror film
because I don't think there are any. I mean, if I'm being other than like the weird like Jeepers Creepers 2 has it like where the high school bus, but like there's stuff that's in it. This is a
somebody said he passed away.
The movie guy?
Yeah. Somebody just said, the In a World guy.
In a world.
In a world where Fred can never pay off a tease.
Now,
he finally pay off the
I will
tease?
say the interview he did was a few years ago, so I don't know. But again, I know it happens. So I'll do my homework and I'll see what I can figure out here.
I don't know if I want to live in a world where the In a World guy is no longer here. That hurts my feelings.
I wish we knew his name. That's
Don LaFontaine. Dude, he's been dead since 2008, according to the texters.
Okay, well then
so
maybe
maybe it's maybe I'm dream a couple years. Would you dream that you heard
the
this?
Movie phone guy. Maybe that's what I'm thinking is the movie phone guy. But I know he did it.
I think you're just making it all.
Why would I do that again?
Why not? Because I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Well, I'll figure out what it is, and then I'll actually let you know. And if it is the movie phone guy, you'll be like, "Wow, that's cool."
You know what? I mean, if we got to have movie phone guy on as a backup, you know what I think we should do moving forward? Since depending upon what happens with the Rangers, because we've kicked around a few ideas for different segments for Fan After Dark. I'm going to bring up a segment called Fred Lines. Okay. It's kind of like headlines, but it's Fred lines. See where I'm going with that?
I think I remember you saying. I've heard Fred lines.
I've been kicking around Fred lines for a while. I think, though, in the 10 o'clock hour, we should start a segment where we interview just somebody totally off the beats.
I think that's great.
You like that idea?
Like genuinely?
Just somebody they've got some claim to fame. Who knows what it is? Could be discreet. Could be out of this world. I don't know. Doesn't have anything to do with sports, but just off his rocker. Or hers. Or theirs.
Or their.
Whatever you're into. I don't care.
They, them, theirs.
They, them, theirs. Could we find the guy or gal that created the pronouns? Can we have that person on?
Created the pronouns?
That's right.
Actually, I know.
Who was the first person that decided, I want to put the pronouns after my name? I want that person on the show. Okay? I don't subscribe to that theory, but I would love to hear from the person that does.
It might know,
It might know they?
It might know they.
That might be the segment. It might they.
That's a whole new who's on first. They are on second.
It might they. That could be the segment. But no, I think that's what we need. We need to put that into practice because once the Rangers season's over, we're back on Monday. Fan After Dark's back on Monday through Friday again.
Which that's hype. I'm hyped about that.
Come on, who's not excited about that? Last year, Fan After Dark, it was kind of a, still new. I was still getting new to the station. Blake had several different roles on the, night times, morning, well, not mornings, but weekends. Hello. But now Fan After Dark, Fred and Blake, or as was told us yesterday during Crosstalk, Fred and Blake coming up next. Fred and Blake. There you go. So, Fred and Blake, Fan After Dark, whatever the hell you want to call it. All right. I said my home run prediction for today was going to be Adolis Garcia. I think they get the sweep. I think your boy DeGrom gives us 7 strong innings. And I'm predicting a 6-2 Ranger win. Adolis with the slam. Or not with the slam, but Adolis with the home run. We'll go hold 3 RBIs. What say you?
I'm thinking I want Wyatt.
Dude, Wyatt's been on a tear, too.
He played some good defense yesterday. He didn't rob a guy of a home run, but he
pickpocketed him.
That's what I'm saying. He made a play.
Okay.
And that's what I like. That's what I want to see. I mean, that's the guys. Those are the young guys that you need to see coming up. that are
Sure.
playing, and I know I've said it like crazy. I want Wyatt to do well, so
Of course
I want to.
You're that kind of guy. You're that kind of
I
guy.
wanna believe.
All right, so is Wyatt your home run?
Wyatt's my home run.
Okay, Wyatt's your home run. What'd I say? Adolis. What's your prediction? Score.
I think I feel like we're going to score some runs today. We haven't done it for DeGrom.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go like 7-5.
7-5.
I'm feeling some runs scored.
I love it.
Tonight. We're gonna put Jet to work, cutting some highlights tonight.
Love
It's
it.
gonna be great.
That's what I like to hear. All right, big day tomorrow. It is a Labor Day extravaganza. So you've got Jake, Reetma, and CA from 6 to 10 a.m. You're going to have our boy Blake Elliott and new guy Brennan from 10 to 2, and then myself and Khaki Kevin from 2 to 6:30, and new guy Jake will be producing for us, so we're excited about that. Thanks to Jared. Thanks to Clarence Hill. Thanks to Chris Arnold. Thanks, as always, to Trevor the Creator. I'm Fred Davis. Go Rangers. Good night. God bless.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas.
Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products. I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that